You.
Hello! Good morning. Good morning, everybody. Welcome to the show. Sorry about the not the greatest, most fantastic intro of all time, but hey, you know what? It's a live program and things happen. I'll get into that in a minute. But first of all, hello, welcome to the show. Happy Wednesday, hump day. Glad to see you. Who was first? Griffey was first today. Oh, all right. Hey, Griffey, here's your happy dance. All right. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. I appreciate the appreciation. Sue Bear, what's up, Sue Bear? A big hug is from Rainbow Bear. Yeah. Scott Ammo, what's up? Good morning, Hezokuai and pals. Good morning to you too, buddy. Dad Farted is here. Right, first and last. Highway Star, what's up? I almost made it to the top spot. That was close. Oh, you were this close. Oh, you almost made it. Ooh. Oh, my goodness gracious me. Melissa White Rabbit, big love to all you beautiful people. Thank you. Big love to you too as well. Griffey, Highway Star. John Anderson, 7th or so. Meh. Little Chihuahua, Big World's here. All right, great to see you. The Tequila Kid is in the house. Good morning, Hezokuai, Hezbit Rash. Yeah. How's it showing, Hezokuai? Tim Hicks is in the house. Good morning, everyone. Good morning to you too, buddy. Dad Farted. Terry Barnes, what's up? Good morning, Little Chihuahua. Maggie K, good morning. It's hot already with no rain in the forecast. Ah, crap. No, that's not a good thing. Yeah, there you go. My crow button sticks, dagnabbit. Edie Marie, what's up? Good morning. Still trying to wake up over here, right? That's what I'm talking about. That's what I was trying to tell you. Luna Knights, good morning. Good morning to you too. Hey, Greg Jonick in the house. Maggie K, Super, Greg Jonick, Terry Barnes. Who else is here today? Dave Ferrillo Jr., Quiet Little Lamb. That's right. Robert Custos, what's up? Greg Jonick, Dad Farted. Vermissel, aka DJ. Good morning. Good to see you. Griffey, Terry Barnes, Edie Marie, King Stew 2000. Good morning, all right. Edie Marie, Dad Farted. My wonderful, beautiful, fantastic, unbelievable producer, the greatest person I've ever met as far as helping me out and doing, oh man, just, I can't say enough great things about Salacious is here. All right. And 10 Australian dollars to Taze News Now Voodoo for destroying Dad Farted's phone. That Frauditor made his phone go on to Fritz. Yes, it's Voodoo's fault. Thank you so much for the 10, Griffey. I owe Voodoo a tasing. We'll get to that in a minute. It's going to be amazing when he gets his tasing. Oh, man, and it ain't going to be phasing. Oh, boy, oh, boy. Hello, you lovely people. Glad to be back after a long time not being here. Loss of a family. I'm all sorry to hear that. Well, God bless. We hope everything's okay now. And, well, I mean, oh, shit. I guess that isn't necessarily the most appropriate way to, our condolences are with you. Oh, my goodness. Hey, look, Sue Bear's here. All right. Dad Farted, Salacious. All right. Yeah. Griffey, Jason D, what's up? Greg Jonick. All right. It looks like I'm caught up already. Cool. That's a good way to start the day, is to get everything done, son. I need my coffee. Okay, so if I don't look like the normal fireball as always, I am tired because last night I was on the phone with my daughter, and then when I was done talking to her, she gave my son the phone, and I was talking to him. And then when I got off the phone with him, I looked at my clock, and it was 2:00 in the morning. Like, holy crap! They're not back in school yet up in Wisconsin, so they're like, I guess, and plus there's a time difference, right? So it wasn't as late, but it was still pretty late by them after midnight. But yeah, I'm just sitting there chatting on the phone with my kids. I'm like, oh yeah, blah, 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 blah. 1:00 in the morning. Oh, we're almost 2 by then. Ah, crap. Oh yeah, thank you, Salacious. Thank you, thank you, thank you. So that's I don't know, man. Um Sorry, I'm trying to, I'm reading something here real quick. It's slightly important. All right, sorry about that. Anyway, Garth Nader, there he is. What's up? How was the Barbie movie? I didn't see the Barbie movie. I saw the Meg 2. Anyway, that's the other thing I wanted to talk to you guys about, because I told you yesterday I'd give you my Meg 2 review today. So here is what the movie Meg 2. Here's what happened. All right. This is the movie Meg 2. So I go to the theater and I'm sitting there, and the movie starts, and there's some guys swimming in water, and then a shark swims by, and the movie goes. And it's like, whoa, you know? And then the guys jump in a sub, and the movie goes. And I say, oh, okay. And then the sub goes past the shark. And then the shark swims back around. And then the guys getting a fight with electric eels, and the movie goes. And then I start thinking, if I hear that sound effect one more time, I might barf. And then they're walking and a shark swims by. And then there's an octopus. And then another submarine. And then a bad guy. And then a bad guy with a gun. And then some more bad guys. And then some more fish. And then some more octopus. And the movie keeps going. And I'm at the screen and I'm like, how do they use that sound effect every 2 seconds? Every time somebody moves, it's like. Oh my goodness. Ladies and gentlemen, look, there's a shark. Oh no, look, there's a guy running after us. Oh look, now they're on an island, and dinosaurs still exist on this island. Why? Because. And then everybody's got guns, but there's no blood in the movie at all. But hundreds of people get killed, and there's no blood. And there's dinosaurs. And there's big fish. And there's an octopus. And Jason Statham runs around. And then Jason Statham beats a bunch of people up. And the crew, the cast, is almost like the beginning of a joke. I just thought, I wasn't trying to be weird or anything. I'm watching the movie, and I'm looking at what I'm seeing on the screen, and I'm looking at the cast, and I'm realizing that it's like the beginning of the joke. It's like an Indian, a Hispanic, a black guy, a white guy, and a Chinese guy walk into a bar. It's like, that's the cast of the movie. But instead of walking into a bar, they go swimming, and there's a shark. It could have been, and so many references to Jaws that it was disgusting. Like, come up with an original idea, but it's a shark movie, so I guess you got to do the Jaws stuff. And the fact of the matter is, and I don't mean this in any way to be like political or anything, this is just a fact. For the last 10 years or so, a lot of critics have been complaining that in Hollywood, the second biggest market for Hollywood movies is China. And again, not in any kind of political thing or anything, just saying this is a fact. A lot of critics have been complaining about the idea that a lot of movies are being made with the idea of, well, we got to try and sell this in China, so we have to do a lot of things to appease the Chinese market. A good third of this movie is in Mandarin with subtitles. Like, if it couldn't be more blatantly geared towards trying to sell tickets in China. And again, I'm not saying whether or not that's a good thing. I'm just saying it's so, like, I've been hearing critics for years now talking about how they're trying to pander to Chinese audiences. With hearing that so many times, watching this movie, I'm like, that's exactly what they're doing. Like, it's an American movie. It's in English. why are the Chinese characters speaking Chinese with subtitles and all the other characters are speaking English? Unless they're trying to pander to the Chinese audience. I mean, but then why don't other characters from other countries speak other language? I don't know. I told you that I knew before I went there that it wasn't going to be a great movie. I give it 2.5 stars. And the only reason it gets that many is because when I'm watching it and I saw tentacles pop out of the ocean, the first thing I thought was, this movie better end with a megalodon in a fight with a kraken, and dagnabbit it did. So I have to give it at least 2.5 stars for that. Anyway, so my overall review of the movie, The Meg 2, is... There you go. You just heard 75% of the movie right there. All right, ladies and gentlemen, Blackheart Night for $2, News Now Voodoo, The Walk of Days. Oh, man, Potluck's here. Methodist Dave is here. Let's see, Robert Custos. Mark Rules, what's up? Anyway, Edie Marie, Nightman's wife, hey. Baby Hunter Waves, good morning. Good morning to you too, buddy. All right, so all that being said, ladies and gentlemen, let's get this starty parted and tase the crap out of this voodoo doll, because I already got 2 recommendations for a tasing. Let's take another sip of coffee, because dagnabbit, today I need it. All right. Oh no, he's not asleep. He's just a punk.
Yeah, that's right. I woke up early this morning. Oh. Woke up this morning. Got the blues, walking like a man. Said I woke up this morning. Got the blues, walking like a man. The blues, give me your right hand.
Hey, you're not allowed to sing Robert Johnson. He's too good for you.
Oh, damn it, Hez! John Lee Hooker sucks! One scotch, one beer, my
Sorry, that guy, he's got a mouth on him, that's for dang sure. Anyway, he's up now. So anyway, well, like I said, you know, it reminds me of when you watch a movie like Meg 2, and like, how bad is it? Like, I know that this special effect, this sound effect, is overused, but when it's overused in one particular movie so much that you notice it. I mean, it wasn't even like, it was still during the first act that I started to realize it. By act 3, it was literally, it was like, it seemed like every time anyone moved, it made that sound. It was nuts. Not literally, but it literally felt like that. Do my neighbors complain? I'm sure they do. Doesn't everybody these days? Anyway, I guess I'm not supposed to pay attention to the chat anymore because I got in trouble yesterday because I said something about something I saw in the chat. So I'll just keep my mouth closed and go on with watching the videos. So let's start with the new unclean hands video. All right. Yeah. We all love unclean hands.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to the channel. Don't forget to hit that like button if you don't mind. Subscribe to the channel if you like the content. And hit that little bell there if you want to keep getting notifications of future content. And I do content every day. So today we've got a guy from up in Massachusetts. Now apparently he's been in some trouble with the law. He was having to go to court for something, and he was having a fit talking about conspiracies and color of law and how his attorney was corrupt. And anyway, I just got a short video of a traffic stop he was on. I'm checking a little further into him. He has a Facebook page. His name is Sean Blankenship over on Facebook. I'll see if I can't grab some shots from his Facebook page to show you what's going on. He's being gang stalked by everyone in the town that he lives in. He sounds like another Maddie to me, but I don't know. Anyway, let's check it out.
When you're watching porn, the last thing on your mind is she underage?
All right, who snuck that clip in there? Anyway, let's get on with the video.
Live feed, not the another
I
lawsuit.
don't have data here. I don't even have service.
All right, hold on. Just tell me actually. The guy's coming way up behind us.
Just stop looking behind you.
This one way back there.
Stop with the camera shut
You shut up! I'm going to document this. Put your window down too. I'm not going to get shot. If you put our windows down again, I'm coming all the time because you're not going to get me shot. Yep, that's true. Don't put the window up. Please do not put the window up.
Yeah, that's how he talks to women generally. That's his ex-wife. I think she's in the back seat. Yeah, just listen to him kind of boss around. He's in this image here. He's the guy on the left. The one that's trying to look like I don't know what he's trying to look like, Man in Black or something. Got this other goofy guy standing over here, pigeon-toed. Anyway, let's get on with this.
She almost got us killed last time.
Is he pulling us over?
Of course he is.
Why? That'd be nice though.
You didn't even do anything. This is
All right, quiet.
This is over an hour after the fact.
Oh my glove box right
You
there.
see that?
Yeah. Yeah, right there.
You're being live streamed on YouTube, sir.
That's fine.
You're being live streamed.
That's fine.
Keep your hands where I can see them, please.
Can I hear your license?
Everything was recorded, and you lost vision of us, too.
That's fine.
She didn't do anything wrong. Everything's recorded, the speedometer and everything. Can I ask why you're pulling us over?
I'll tell you in a second.
First Amendment retaliation.
His whole mindset is a conspiracy. The whole state's against him. Everybody in the high school in the town he lives in against him. All the cops are against him. All the lawyers, all the judges are all out specifically to target this guy. Anyway, you'll hear it through this traffic stop. It's all a bunch of nonsense. They pulled him over for speed, and that's why he's being pulled over. Nothing else.
I'll be doing a FOIA request, too.
38.
There's going to be a nice lawsuit right here.
Right before the PD.
We'll be disputing this, too.
I'll be right back.
This is First Amendment retaliation. I already know, and I'm going to be doing some FOIA requests.
Nobody cares.
Cherry on top.
Knew I should have went the other way.
Look how long later they pulled us over. You see how crooked that is, right, Evelyn? And for what are they pulling us over? It's on YouTube, so be careful what you say. If you don't want to be embarrassed on YouTube, don't say anything.
This part's pretty boring, but you'll hear him talking here and there through this.
You seen all those people up there with cameras. Why did they pick me out of all the people? I was 150 feet behind everybody.
Because you were speeding. Everyone is picking on me. It's not fair. It's not fair. Everyone is picking on me.
You have a lawsuit right now because you didn't.
No,
do
I
anything.
have a lawsuit.
She does too. She's being seized. We're all being seized. We all have a lawsuit.
So everyone in the car has a lawsuit. He's got his ex-wife. He's got his son. I think he might have his son's wife. I don't know. Anyway, it's a whole inbreeding kind of thing going on here.
There's no crime committed. No civil infraction. Of course, he's gonna make up one though. Now, if he tries to ID each and every one of us, it's gonna be real nice.
Mark Rules. All right, now, are you actually asking the question? Because I know that you're, in Europe, so maybe you actually don't know, or are you being sarcastic, spelling it that way on purpose because these idiots say it wrong? I can't tell. If you're seriously asking the question, it's FOIA, Freedom of Information Act, so FOIA, FOIA. And a FOIA request is basically requesting any information that is available to the public about anyone who works for the public. But you have to put in a request for it because there is some information about people that isn't available to the public. So they have to redact, which is when you see a piece of paper with lines that are blacked out that you can't read, that they redact the information that isn't public information before they give you the paperwork. So whenever they say FOIA, they're saying FOIA, FOIA. So it's not FOIA, it's FOIA. Yeah, it's they're requesting public information. They want to know everything about them, and that's why I always say that a FOIA request is a form of retaliation and bullying by these guys, because it actually is a threat. Because what are they going to do with that information? Dox you on the internet? Try to have your business call flooded? Tell their fans to go after it's. But yeah, it's FOIA, FOIA. And a lot of people make fun of the way a lot of them pronounce it. Yeah, like foil, like aluminum foil, like FOIA request and stuff like that. So yeah. Anyway, and that's the other thing that a lot of these frauditors freak out, is because by law, you are allowed to make a FOIA request. That doesn't mean that they have to fill it or that they have to fill it for free. So a lot of times when people, when they say, okay, here's your stuff, $30, and they're like, I'm not paying for that. It's like, well, then you ain't getting it. And then you get people like Audit Them, who his whole thing is doing FOIA requests. That's all he does. He just walks into different buildings and says, yeah, I'm here to request some FOIA. And if they say we don't do that here, he will scream and hoop and holler and argue with them until they let him write on a piece of paper, please tell me everything about everyone you've ever met, and then hand it to him. Okay, I'm just going to crumple it up and throw it in the garbage. Yeah, but that's not your job. Your job is to do what I say because I said it, because I'm a frauditor, and frauditors are the kings of the world, and everyone else could just go die in a ditch. Didn't you know that?
Let me know when he's coming back. First Amendment retaliation.
It's like planned out. You can tell it was planned out.
Oh yeah, that was very obvious from the start. They planned the whole thing out to get you right here on the secluded part of the road.
That lady probably called the cops on us because we first.
You should have just minded your own business. They didn't even know who we were, and you're like, yes, how much lady to them?
Sorry, YouTube. I try to tell them to be quiet, but they don't know how to do it.
No, but it's this lady that ruins everything. That's why this is happening.
That was my son's voice, not mine, for the record.
For the record.
Yeah, go ahead and diss everybody in the car. Tell them what a bunch of idiots they are. Yeah, no wonder they tell on you. What an idiot. Anyway, something was going on back down the road. It was some kind of an event, so a bunch of cops were there. And it was just a wild thing. And so in a minute, you're going to see a bunch of cops go by. Has nothing to do with this guy in the traffic stop, but he's gonna make it all about him.
Make sure you guys are recording too, David. All right, just shut that one off and I'll David and save it. I got it right here. Just be ready though.
It's coming out or what?
Boy, there's 2 of them, 3 of them.
Are you serious?
Yeah.
What?
They are not there for you. They're gonna keep on going right on by. There's more behind this guy too.
This is
Look how many
bullshit.
caught. First Amendment retaliation.
Number 13, car 13.
What is
John, you're no longer allowed in my car.
It's your fault.
And you're no longer getting a car
I don't care.
because you're not an American. Look at this YouTube. That's another Nazi right there driving me. This is why I'm not with her anymore. Name and badge number, sir.
You're all set. It's gonna
Name-
be verbal warning for the speech.
Name and badge
My
number.
name is Auxiliariano. S30.
All right, thank you. What police station are you from, sir?
Sutton Police Department.
Okay, thank you.
What's the incident number?
Have a good day.
Can I have an incident number?
I'm sorry.
Can I have the incident number?
You can request that at the PD.
Okay.
I don't have it like right now.
Okay, thank you.
Have a good day.
You
I
too.
was speeding?
Yeah, this is a 35. You were going 45.
I got it on video. Don't worry.
Oh,
Have a good day.
thank you.
Why'd you need 3 cop cars for a speeding ticket?
They weren't there for you, moron.
Did it say a verbal warning?
Yeah, because he doesn't want to get in trouble with me. That's why.
Yes, sir. He definitely thinks he's a pretty important guy. The whole town thinks he's just the cock of the walk, I guess. I don't know. Anyway, let's take a look at some of his Facebook stuff. Here's one of his posts on his public Facebook page. I believe my neighbor cop is slowly murdering us. Chemical scent coming in our house and feeling sick. So he's a targeted citizen, folks. He is a targeted citizen. This image here is of him accusing all of the attorneys of being crooked and guilty and this and that and how he fired them. Anyways, I've got a short video of this lawyer, him talking to this lawyer, and you have to really listen to what the lawyer has to say.
I'm recording right now. I just want you to know you're fired, Frankie.
No,
Please
no,
step away.
No, that's fine.
I really don't even want to talk to you. No hard feelings, but you're fired.
No, I get that. I just have to have the court allow my withdrawal.
The attorney actually applied for my withdrawal from the case because he wanted to, because this guy wanted to file all kinds of nonsense sovereign citizen motions. So he didn't fire him. He tried to fire him while he was withdrawing from his case. He's a total dipshit.
I just have to have the court allow my withdrawal.
Okay.
I'm not going to say a thing.
Yeah, it's my Sixth Amendment right to represent myself.
Represent myself. I don't contest that at all.
Okay, thank you.
So I'm not going to say a word. All I got to say is the court's going to allow my withdrawal, and then I'll send you what I need to send you after I'm just.
Okay, that's fine. And also,
I'm not going to say it.
okay, that's good. I'm gonna go stand by the door and wait for him to call my name.
I think what they do, they call you one by one.
I have no idea, and they're not gonna try to trick me either and say I wasn't here. Right here. Keep that low. I got it right here. Don't worry about it.
You have an absolute right to represent yourself.
Yeah, I know. I have a First Amendment right. I'm coming back here to audit this place.
Beretta versus California. 6 Amendment.
Yep. You're not my attorney anymore.
Put it on.
Well, there you have it. The attorney was trying to withdraw from the case, put in a motion to withdraw. So this idiot fires him, tries to fire him while he's in the process of withdrawing from this case because the outfit here wanted him to file all these stupid motions that don't make any sense and would get the lawyer disbarred. So he wanted to be withdrawn from the case. It's crazy. These people are freaking insane. Anyway, hope you all have a great day. Love you all. Bye.
All right. Good stuff. And that's one of the things that has always been kind of crazy to me about these people. You know, this whole idea, and we see it so much, right? So many of these guys that will argue that all the lawyers are corrupt because they're not doing what they say. What's up, Grandpas? It's this overall method of thinking, okay, that applies to all of these guys across the board. Again, from the sovereign citizens and the Moors all the way down to the frauditors. They all seem to have this overall idea that anyone who's a government employee must do what you say, especially if you have a camera in their face. They have to bow down to you. They have to follow your directives to the letter because that's their job. And that alone drives me crazy, right? Because let's say I'm a secretary in the DMV and my job is to take the forms that they give me on paper and make electronic copies of them the old-fashioned way, literally typing them out, looking at the page and entering the information from the paper form into the digital. That's my job. All the frauditors and all the softsids think my job is to do whatever they ask me to do. That's my job. This actual work that I'm doing, that is my job to do, that's not my job. They all know what every city employee's job is better than the employee does, and their job is to do whatever the guy with the camera tells you to do, even if it goes against the interests of your customers, even if it especially if it goes against the interest of the people that they were actually hired to serve. They have to not do it and deal with whatever the frauditors tells them to do. I want a FOIA. We don't do FOIAs in this office. Well, you're going to, because that's your job. No, my job is to enter this information. No, it's not. It's to get my FOIA because I told you to, because my taxes pay your salary. Anyway, so with the lawyers, it's the same mentality. It's like every time one of these guys say that their lawyer is lousy or the lawyer's not doing his job, what do they actually mean? If you actually look at the case, it's always the same thing. They'll give the lawyer a piece of paper that says something like, "Dear Judge, let me go because judges are mean and cops are mean and you guys are evil and you're bad and I don't like the gold fringe on your flag." And they say, "Here, give this to the judge." And the lawyer's like, "This is funny, man. No, but seriously, let's talk about the case." "You horrible, evil, rotten, no good scumbag. You're not a lawyer. I told you, give that piece of paper to the judge." Like, if I give this piece of paper to the judge, he's going to stick his boot up my ass and throw me in the street because this is gobbledygook and nonsense. You can't hand this to a judge. Are you insane? Well, you're fired then, you horrible, evil, rotten, no good lawyer. How dare you not do what I tell you when I tell you? Yeah, but what you're telling me to do is to be an idiot. Yeah, it's ego and money, pretty much. Now, I saw earlier in the chat there was a little bit of a discussion about the acronym for FOIA. And yes, there are different freedom of information acronyms, like whether it's referring to the Federal Freedom of Information Act, FOIA, or, Freedom of Information Law, FOIL. There's different acronyms, but it's all freedom of information. The FOI is always the same. So yeah, there's that. I think there's a fun factor. Well, they definitely enjoy ruining people's lives. They enjoy bullying people. They get an adrenaline rush from pepper spraying people and bullying people. And picking fights with people, and they like that adrenaline rush. That's a lot of it. So they call that fun, yeah. I mean, just look at Giggly Girl. What's her name? Riot Girl Radio. She walks into a DMV, gets the entire place shut down, pisses off all the customers, you know, the people that the public servants were hired to serve. But now they can't because one idiot frauditor shows up. So is she like, oh my God, I'm depressed. I ruined all these people's day. And all I had to do was turn my camera off. No, she's sitting in the corner giggling. Oh, Long Island Audit would be so proud of me right now. So yeah, when you're a bully, when you're a punk, when you're an adrenaline junkie, that gets your adrenaline from picking fights with other people, then yeah, that is fun for them. For me, this is why, like, because I've had, and I'm sure I know for a fact that Frauditor Troll and a lot of other creators on our end have heard this. A lot of frauditors love to say, well, then why don't you go out, grab a camera, and do what I do and see for yourself? Because I have a soul. Because if I walked into a DMV and they shut the place down because I refused to turn my camera off, I'd be curled up in a ball in the corner, depressed that I ruined so many people's day just to be an asshole for the purpose of being an asshole. Especially when I see these situations like the one with the Hell's Angel guy literally dying in the street, or when I see these people, so many of it wasn't once or twice. I wouldn't talk about it if it was a one-time event. But I've seen several videos where there was like an active shooting, where, the frauditors, Direct D's one of them, where different frauditors are places where there's dead bodies involved. And they don't care. They don't care. If I found out that I wanted to be a cop watcher, so I see some cops, so I run up there with my camera like, I'm going to do my thing. I'm going to do my thing. Watch this, watch this. And then they're like, oh, yeah, see, there's a dead baby. I wouldn't be like, cool, now I get to get footage of a dead baby. I'd be like, oh, shit, maybe I need to rethink my life. Why the hell am I doing this? Holy crap. I don't think I'd be able to live with myself at all after that. These guys are proud of it. I'm going to post that on my channel. This is my best video yet. Yippee. I got to film dead babies. I got to film dead babies. Finally got dead babies on my YouTube channel. Well, I don't care. They're dead. What are they going to do? Direct D. He's not the only one, but... So yeah, the reason I don't grab a camera and go out and do what you do is because I'm a human being with a soul, and I wouldn't be able to live with myself if I knew that I had done that. How about that? You pieces of human trashola, garbage and crap and garbage, taking a nap. I don't know why I said that. Is Garth still in the chat? I saw him earlier. Frauditor script, look at a dead person, name and badge number now, right? Like, and you know what? I wouldn't be surprised. I would not be surprised if, in fact, if this ever happens, remember, I said it first. I would not be surprised if someday this whole thing ultimately leads to someday, and hold on a second, wait a minute. Mark Rules. Hey, which smile? This one? Or was it this one? Oh, yeah. I got a bunch of them. I got this one. This one. Anyway. Oh, thank you. Sometimes they need a good old punch in the face. So I think that eventually I would not be surprised. I hope not. But I would not be surprised if someday we see a video pop up on YouTube of like somebody shoots a cop while an auditor is auditing and walks up to the dead body of the cop and films it and goes, hey, name and badge number. Hey, name and badge number. Oh, he's not giving me his name and badge number. Filming the dead body, laughing and joking. He won't give me his name and badge number. He's a tyrant. I wouldn't be surprised if one of them actually did that someday. In fact, that's exactly the kind of thing they would do. I mean, you think that I'm just being silly and super exaggerating. I just posted a video. In fact, it was, I think, my most recent video. Yes, it was. Where there's a cop getting his ass kicked and the frauditors are watching the video laughing their asses off. They think it's the funniest thing they ever saw. Watch this bitch get rocked. Bam. Bunch of heartless, soulless, evil, rotten, no good, disgusting. And they don't understand why we don't like them. Dagnabbit. Anyway. Oh my goodness gracious me. Ain't never been to Tennessee. But ladies and gentlemen, what I do have for you is a new video from Dummy Kruger. Yes. All right, I was working on this last night, though. I want to share this with you guys to see what you think, if you think I'm on the right track. This is what I got so far. I'm going to try to remember. Hold on. I got to try and remember exactly how I did it. I should have wrote it down. Grab your camera and your pepper spray. Now it's time to spread some hate. Dagnabbit. Grab your camera and your pepper spray. Now it's time to spread some hate. Do everything you can. Wait, trying real hard to piss people off. Yes, I hope they take the bait. I'm gonna bother everyone I can. I'm gonna piss them off. I really hope I make them mad. Cause I'm just a big... Look out! Cause I'm a butterbrain douche canoe. I'm a butterbrain douche canoe. I'm gonna audit you now. I'm a butterbrain douche canoe. Hey, I'm gonna audit you, butterbrain douche canoe. Something like that. This is kind of funny because I hate seeing British auditors. I can't understand a bloody thing. It's bloody. The British is just, yeah. Anyway, ladies and gentlemen, like I said, the next video we're going to show is a Dummy Kruger video. We love Dummy Kruger here on this channel. Future guest on the Saturday Night Snafu. Ladies and gentlemen, Dummy Kruger. Thank you very much.
Welcome to the Dummy Kruger channel, everyone. Today's video takes us to a U-Haul parking lot located in Olympia, Washington. The fearless freedom fighter that we will be discussing goes by the name PWNT, which stands for Pacific Northwest Transparency. PWNT has only been auditing for 3 months, but he's already making a name for himself in the auditing community by exposing governmental overreach at establishments such as Chase Bank, McDonald's, Taco Bell, and even an independently owned local car wash. He even took the time to post this very serious poll asking his audience members which privately owned business he should audit next. Our video today will focus on one of his latest audits leading to some sort of scuffle and our freedom fighter ultimately being hit with an assault charge. Before we get started, please remember to subscribe, turn on all notifications, like, and comment below. Let's jump right in.
We are still on 4th Avenue, which turns into Martin Way. And I've seen people audit U-Hauls before, and they freak out for some reason. I'm not sure why. It was right across the street from the last one, so why not?
I think the better question is why? Could it be you were simply looking for a confrontation? Nah.
Back to that. Open 7 days a week. There's their phone number. If anyone's in the market for a U-Haul.
Or if you don't have Google.
What? Say it again. Can I have your permission? Can I have your permission? No. Good thing I don't need it. Why don't you want to be filmed?
Is it for personal?
I really do not wish to say. Okay.
Maybe that'll make it better for you.
That comment says more about you than it does about me.
What?
I said that comment says more about you than it does about me.
I blurred this part out because he was filming an underage girl, and she asked a great question. Is this for personal use? She has no idea who this man is. He just has his little camera pointed directly at her without any consideration for her feelings whatsoever. I believe the filming of this underage girl is what eventually leads to the altercation. After he stood there for about 20 more minutes, a truck attempts to leave the property.
She loves the camera. I know she's denying it, but she keeps going right in front of it. That's how close you get? You realize I got a body camera, right? I can give 2 shits. Get away from it. Get the off me. Get away. Get away from me. Get the away right now. Me. Get away. Better take that. Come on. Come on. Don't go near that.
It was a little tricky to see what exactly transpired here. It looked as if the auditor was standing in the egress of this U-Haul parking lot, and the auditor smacked the truck when it was exiting. His eventual charges, I believe, will help us a little bit in determining what exactly happened.
Mother. You don't just get to assault people on public property. You don't get to hit people's vehicles. Really? Okay, I'm not even going to argue with you. I've got 3 cameras on you. So I'll get your story straight. Well, that's broke. So there's another charge. Another charge? keep laughing, man. Just minding my own business.
Dude, you're in the way.
In the way on private property on a sidewalk?
Jeremiah, is that what your name is?
Get away from me. I'm not talking to any one of you after that shit. And you're all sticking up for him, too. This is U-Haul in Olympia, Washington. Phone number is 360-943-4511. I was standing peacefully on the sidewalk when this drunk fat thought he'd be funny because he likes the owners to get as close as possible to me. So I slapped the back of his truck on that tonneau cover. So for that mortal sin of slapping a truck on the top where it left no damage, you decide to assault me. Take my shit away from me and try to hit me with it. How'd that work out? Look at the side of your face. Oh, you're going to be thinking about me every morning for a month. For a fucking month. Clearly. Yeah, I'm the assaulter. That's rich.
So a little bit of a spoiler alert, but after the police investigate and the prosecutor looks at all relevant film, they believe that yes, in fact, the auditor was the assaulter. More on that in a bit. Officers arrive on scene pretty quickly, and guess which party pitches a fit the entire time?
What's your name?
I'm Officer Edward.
What's your badge number?
33.
33.
Go sit over there and we'll get this.
I'm
all
not going
sorted
anywhere.
out.
I'm in public. Get away from me.
That's fine.
I'm pissed.
Okay. Hey, what we do need is for you to stay.
I'm on public property. If you want them to get away, take them away.
Okay, that's fine. You just go ahead and stand over.
See, that right there, that reaction right there, this is a big part of why the auditors, because they always try to say, right, like, oh, these blue line thugs are sticking together and they're taking sides with the bad guys and why did they blah, blah, blah. First of all, 90% of the videos we watch, the cops take the frauditor side and let them go. They do it begrudgingly because they know that the frauditors are just scumbags, but technically, if they didn't do anything it's a fine line, but they technically didn't do anything illegal. The cops know they can't do anything. So if they were just a horrible, evil, rotten, tyrannical blue line gang, there would be no walks of shame. There would be no ID refusals. They'd handcuff you to a post, beat you into a coma, and get your ID whether you like it or not. But in a situation like this, let's say, and obviously, you know, because he mentioned several times that there was more than one camera angle than the one that we saw. So, you know, eventually that footage is going to show who the aggressor was and whether or not the car actually was purposely trying to do it or because he was clearly standing in the way of people being able to drive back and forth through the parking lot. Well, I was standing in public. But either way, the point is, I didn't miss anything. I'm playing the video, man. I didn't change it. But anyway, the point I'm trying to make is, what happens in so many of these situations, like let's say that I truly am the victim. Let's say this guy truly is the victim. Now the cops come. What happened? Well, listen, I was standing here. Then this guy tried to run me over with his car. So I smacked his car, and then he came out and tried to beat me up for smacking his car. But the only reason I smacked his car was because he was trying to run me over. Like, you tell the cop your side of the story. But with these guys, that's not what happens, is it? The cop says what happens. He goes, and what is his answer? Does he explain the situation so that the cop will understand this guy's a victim? Or does he handle it like the way this guy did? And when the cop says what's going on, he says, screw you, I'm in public, pig. Don't tell me where to stand, you piece of garbage. How dare you speak to me that way? Okay, so I guess you don't want to tell me what happened. You just want to be an asshat. I'll go deal with some humans that know how to speak to people, and maybe they'll tell me what's going on, because obviously you're not going to. You're just going to say, they're wrong. About what? What happened? I'm in public. I'm in public. Okay, what happened? How dare you speak to me that way, you tyrant cop? Bye. That's what I would do. That's why I wouldn't last very long as a cop. The first time I pulled someone over and I asked them for their ID and they said, I'm not driving, I'm traveling, I wouldn't even have the 45-minute conversation. I would just immediately smash the window, pull out the taser, and lock them up. Because why waste my day talking to somebody who's going to end up that way anyway? And same thing with these guys. I walk up to a scene where somebody says, I got beat up. What happened? Screw you. I'm in public. Don't you dare speak to me that way, you tyrant. Oh, so you're not going to tell me what happened. All right, so then nothing happened. Bye, and I'd leave. That'd be the end of it.
I'm right here. I'm happy.
Let me deal with what's going on.
It's common practice for officers just arriving on scene to make sure the two parties involved in a physical altercation stay separated. They have no idea what just happened, yet the auditor says he's on public property. He'll stand wherever the hell he wants. The toddler-like behavior exhibited by a lot of these individuals never fails to astound. Let's now listen in on what he claims took place.
And so I just want to make sure I understand. He drove past, hit his tonneau cover.
He drove past close enough that I had to jump back against the truck. If I would have stayed where I stood, I would be under his back tire. And so as he did that, and I can't remember if it squealed, but he hit the gas as he came by, hoping he was just going to take off. And as he's going by, I just went like that.
The man in the truck did get quite close to him, but was that due to the auditor standing in the exit? And he also asserts that he had to jump back to avoid getting hit. Let's take a quick look again to see if we find that.
That's how close you get?
After multiple viewings, I never witnessed him moving backward as he claimed to the officers. Additionally, further evidence supporting the direct pull of the truck from the exit to the road is where the vehicle eventually came to a stop. There was no instances of driving on the shoulder or easement, and in my opinion, it appears evident that the auditor deliberately obstructed his path.
I didn't punch the truck. I didn't leave any dents. I didn't leave any scratches. I slapped the top of a tonneau cover in frustration because he just tried to run me over. And for some reason, he thinks that gives him the right to get out of his truck, get in my face, and put hands on me. Grab me, trying to punch me. He was trying to fight me. And I wanted nothing to do with it. All I wanted to do was back away.
You just ride around on your power bike and...
My therapist told me I needed to get out more. I don't know if you've sticking myself in a spot where I feel safe for so long that nothing else feels safe. So in order for me to grow as a person, she suggested that I get out and meet people, try to, find some friends, that kind of thing.
I have a sneaky suspicion that this man's therapist had a different idea in mind when advising him to meet new people.
I held my monopod up to protect myself. He grabbed my monopod, so I slammed him up against the truck, threw him on the ground, and then kicked him. And then I backed up and said, okay, get away from me. I don't know if you have any of those.
So you were recording it, correct?
Correct.
Would you show me that video?
Yeah, absolutely.
The kicking of the man while that man was on the ground was certainly an interesting choice. I wonder if that was advised by his therapist as well. So the officer in charge of the investigation begins looking at his footage, and she doesn't see it quite the way he does.
He's still talking to the employee.
So is that the thing you hit him with? That thing?
No, it's a gimbal. It's on the top of a monopod. When he gets out of the truck and comes at me, I put my monopole up to protect myself.
Gotcha. That's that black thing in the...
Yeah, I didn't
Gotcha.
swing it at him. I put it between us, and he grabbed it and tried to hit me with it.
All right. So what's going to happen, Jeremiah?
And he grabbed.
All right, I wanted to point this out. So If you look at the text that the auditor added on screen, now she accuses me of hitting him with my monopod. She didn't accuse you of anything. She asked you because she's investigating what happened. Very quick wordplay here. Yeah, by you, you evil frauditor. This is where their investigation clearly has no interest in protecting my civil rights, my property, or my privacy. Okay, so now this is actually extremely important because this is another glimpse into the mind of an idiot. Their investigation clearly has no interest in protecting my civil rights, my property, or my privacy. This is why these people think cops are evil. Because they think the purpose of an investigation is to defend, is to protect your civil rights. Not anybody else involved, just you. And to protect your property, not anyone else, just you. So, like, if you were smashing those U-Hauls with a hammer, the cop's job wouldn't be to find out why you were smashing the U-Hauls with a hammer. It would be to protect your hammer from getting damaged. Her investigation clearly has no interest in protecting my civil rights, my property, or my privacy. What about everyone else involved? What about their civil rights? What about their property? What about their privacy? None of those things matter. Only the guy with the camera, only his of those things matter. But here's the thing. This is, again, a perfect glimpse into how these idiots' minds work. Because what did he expose here? Their frauditors are out there to expose the cops. What did he expose? That their investigation has no interest in protecting my civil rights, my property, or my privacy. Well, guess what, you butter-brain, douche, canoe, smooth-brain, koala, jackwagon, Borough Grove, mimsy, Jabberwocky, douche canoe. I'm going to read this one more time. Pay attention. Their investigation clearly has no interest in protecting my civil rights, my property, or my privacy. Oh, so what you're exposing is that their investigation is only interested in finding out the facts? Is that what you're exposing? That their investigation is not biased towards you? That the investigation is not in your favor, but that the investigation is to investigate the facts of what happened? You're exposing that? The investigation isn't supposed to be interested in protecting your anything. The investigation is supposed to be focused on finding out the fact of what actually occurred, what took place, what happened. That's the purpose of the investigation, is to find out what happened. Like I said, if you were in there smashing all the windows of the U-Hauls with a hammer and the cops come to find out what happened, you can't get mad at that. Well, I guess you can, but it's stupid to get mad at them for not trying to defend and keep your hammer safe from being damaged by these rotten, evil U-Haul people making their U-Hauls damage your hammer. They're trying to investigate why the hell were you again. It's not what happened. I'm using that as an example because the idea that the investigation, the purpose of the investigation should be to protect you and your rights is a fundamental misunderstanding of what the word investigation means. The purpose of the investigation is not to protect you. The purpose of the investigation is to investigate what happened, is to find out the facts. What if you're the one who are violating them? What if you were standing in the egress? Well, it's a public spot to stand. Right, so you're just supposed to block traffic? And because you're the cameraman, that makes it okay? And obviously, anyone who's been there for any period of time knows that you have absolutely no intention of moving, that you're not going to get out of their way when you see them coming. So you can sit here and yell and scream that, oh, well, you know what, he could have waited for me to move or something instead of trying to drive around me. But you're making it absolutely clear the second the cops show up, I'm not moving, I'll stand where I want. So you don't think the guy in the truck knew that by that point? After seeing you standing there for hours? Okay, this idiot isn't going to move no matter what. Everybody's already yelled at him and told him and he still won't move. So there's no way he's going to move for me, so I'm just going to drive around him. How dare you drive around me? You were purposely trying to hit me. Robert Kuzo says, look at Hez acting like a Vulcan using logic. Live long and prosper, homie. All right, let's go.
I've been trying to hit me with it.
All right. So what's going to happen, Jeremiah? I'm just going to submit a report with your version, his version, all the video evidence. The prosecutor's going to decide.
He's not going to jail?
No.
You got to be kidding
We're
me.
going to refer charges.
What was your name again?
It's right here. I'm actually giving you my card.
Well, I'm going to get everyone's information again just to make sure.
As soon as he finds out they will not be arresting the other party, his attitude flips like a switch and a full-on meltdown ensues.
So, no charges.
No, we're referring charges.
So what is, okay, so explain that to me. I'm not.
So we submit our report to the prosecutor's office, and then they're going to look at all the evidence, and they'll determine fault, and they'll determine which charges are going to be charged. So we have that.
You guys don't charge people that.
Hey, check this out, man. Tim Hicks brings up a great point. The frauditors always get mad when the cops don't just take them for their word. But if somebody else accused the frauditor of doing something and the cops just took their word for it, they'd scream and hoop and holler and cry about how their rights are being violated and the cops are arresting them with no evidence. Time for the cupcake happy dance! All right. Okay. Olay. All right. Thank you very much. Yes, it is possible to have fun on a Wednesday, ladies and gentlemen, and we just did. All right. Thank you. And just remember, if you ever decide that you want to watch The Meg 2, keep your ears open for the one and only sound effect that the sound design people could afford. Yes, all right. There she is, all right. They can't arrest people just based on the words, then it would be hearsay. Well, that's it. And then when you look at, especially like try to think, like if you're a police officer, try to put yourself in that position. The guy who's saying that he was almost run over, and then the guy tried to grab me, so I threw him in the ground and I kicked him while he was down. Okay, so you admit to kicking him while he was down. You have absolutely no physical damage to your body at all. Even if he did almost run you over, he didn't touch you with his car. He didn't. You could scream and hoop and holler about his intent all you want. His car didn't touch you. You touched his car. He didn't touch you. He touched your gimbal. You're the one who knocked him down. You're the one who kicked him while he was down. He's got a bruise on his face from where you kicked him. You were gloating about it. Aha, you're going to feel that for the next couple weeks, pal. So now I'm the cop. I don't know what happened. And I have the victim telling me about the person that assaulted him. Meanwhile, the victim has literally nothing physically wrong with him at all. And the guy who assaulted the victim has a big old bruise on his face because the victim admits to kicking him while he was down. See, what these people don't seem to understand is that we could argue all day about right or wrong. Legally, the fact of the matter is, you can't touch somebody if they didn't touch you. Yeah, he was pissed that the car came close to him, and we could speculate all day of how close the truck actually was. But the guy driving the truck didn't make any contact with this guy. This guy made contact with the truck. He made first contact. He drew first blood, not me. Yo, Adrian, he drew first blood. So he made first contact when he hit the truck. Then the guy gets out of the truck. Yeah, the guy grabs his gimbal. Yeah, he probably shouldn't have done that. But these frauditors always jump immediately to violence. And they never think about anything realistically or legally. Guy grabs your camera from your hand and smashes it. Cool. Now I could call the cops and press charges. I don't have to pepper spray you and beat you up for doing it and then call the cops. Say, okay, cool, you smashed my camera. Right on. We'll get the cops here, and I'll tell them that you smashed my camera, and then you can pay for it. Beautiful. Find out who you are, and I could sue you. Right? It's got to be difficult when you see someone saying, that guy attacked me, and the person saying that is fine, and the person that attacked them is in a bloody pulp on the street. Like, oh, you're the victim, huh? But then again, I mean, I'm not saying that that's impossible. That's why a cop's job isn't easy. Because maybe somebody, FAFO'd with you. Maybe you are the victim, but you happen to know how to fight, and the guy who tried to beat you up doesn't. So you folded his ass up. Well, good, he had it coming. So that happens too. But again, the cop doesn't know. That's why they have an investigation to try and find out.
Assault people standing on the side of He grabbed me after he tried to hit me with a car.
Here's the deal. Okay.
And he's going to drive away from this.
Are you going to let me talk a little bit?
As long as you don't give directives and cops blame. Give me information.
Those are just buzzwords he's heard previous auditors say. They are literally trying to relay to him as to what takes place next, yet he is having none of it.
Oh yeah, we'll make a report. Give me your ID. Give away your Fourth Amendment right. I'm still talking. I'm pissed. I have every right to say what I want to say. This is a joke. What are you here for if not for this?
We're trying to explain our side of this, man.
No, you're not. You're not trying to explain it. You're trying to blow smoke up my ass so I leave here in a good mood. You know what? You guys were doing so good. Get the f out of my face. Go away. I'm not talking to you. You can do whatever you want. That's fine. The lawsuit will take care of it.
Certainly, a typical First Amendment auditor video wouldn't be complete without the inclusion of a nonsensical threat of a fake lawsuit. It has become a common element in such recordings. And to add a little bit of salt to the wound, he was officially trespassed from U-Haul.
Olympia PD, guys. You get punched and assaulted on the side of the road, and I get a trespass.
Wait a minute. Didn't he originally tell the cops that the guy tried to punch him, so we tackled him to the ground and kicked him. Now the guy did punch him. See how frauditors always lie? How can anyone argue that, okay, I mean, I've seen people, not just like today in this chat, but in general, like talking to frauditors, saying, see, how can you take their side when this happened? It's like, you're listening to the frauditor saying his nonsense, but you're not listening to the entire video. See, that's the problem. Again, it's always the false narrative and the narration and the on-screen text and all the crap that the frauditor does to build their false narrative that their followers believe. And it drives me nuts because their fans will watch this whole video, and at this part where he says, I can't believe somebody punched me and they're getting away with it. And then their fans will be like, yeah, well, how horrible. It's like, well, wait a minute, are we watching the same video? Just a couple minutes ago, he specifically told the cops that the guy swung at him but didn't actually hit him. And because the guy swung at him is why he tackled him and kicked him while he was down. Now the guy hit him. Which is it? You can't have it both ways, douche canoe. Why is it? Why don't the stories match? Because it's a lie. We saw the video. Yes, because of the chaotic motion of the camera, we didn't actually see literally every frame of what happened. But what we did see was, again, the car didn't hit him. He can all day speculate about intent, but it didn't happen. If I don't punch you in the face, if I swung and I missed, I can't go to jail for punching you in the face because I didn't punch you in the face. Did I swing? Maybe. That shows intent. But in a situation like this, that isn't even a good example because in a situation like this, we don't know intent. We do know that the frauditor was standing in the egress where the cars drive in and out. We know that. So to know for a fact that his intent was to try and run the guy over, you would think, let me tell you this. If he was actually trying to run the guy over, how did he not run the guy over? How can you prove that his intent was to hit you with his car when you're the one who hit his car? He didn't hit you with his car. You hit his car with your hand. You're the one who touched his car. His car never touched you. And now you're leaving there screaming and hooping and hollering about how he punched you in the face. Or he didn't say in the face, he said he punched you. Well, 5 minutes ago you said he swung at you but didn't punch you. And then you don't understand why we don't respect you guys. Because all you do is lie and try to get other people in trouble. Try to get other people locked up. Try to get innocent people's lives ruined. Get them fired. Get them sued. Ruin their lives. FOIA their information and then post it all over the internet. To dox them.
I get a trespass warrant.
Good.
See? Smirking.
I'm sorry, sir, but smirking is a constitutionally protected activity. It's almost if you don't believe the bullshit that comes out of your mouth.
You guys are a f***ing joke. Go do something. No, I don't want to talk to you. I do not want to talk to you. Put your left hoof in. Put your left hoof out. Put your left hoof in and shake it all about. You do the piggy pokey and you turn yourself around.
Don't walk that close behind me, sir.
Ladies and gentlemen, 2 days daily, you win the internet for the day. Goes to Internet God. In fact, ladies and gentlemen, salacious, take note. Internet God, for joke of the day, you get yourself your name added to this month's giveaway. You don't want to be filmed? Maybe you should stay home. You don't want to be filmed? Maybe you should stay home. You don't want to be filmed? Maybe you shouldn't go out in public. Maybe you should just stay home. You don't want to get hit by a truck? Maybe you should just stay home. Yes, yes, yes. That's awesome. I heard a similar one a few weeks ago where someone in the chat said, you don't want to get ID'd? Don't leave home. You don't want to show your ID? Stay home. Holy crap, you're interviewing an auditor on Sunday? Oh, man. That's going to be interesting to see because I think when it comes to those types of interviews and stuff, I mean, your style is obviously different than mine, but you seem to be kind of like I am in the sense that, like, I'm a really good listener. So I actually listen to what they have to say. And I want to hear their thing. But it's always afterwards when I go back and look at their videos and listen to what they said that I realize they're just doing the same thing they do when they talk to cops or judges or anyone else. They're fraud-splaining. They always like to say cop-splaining. And that's another thing that drives me nuts is cop-splaining. Like, anytime anyone explains something and they happen to be a cop, they're cop-splaining. What the hell does that mean? Like, you're not going to listen? Like, that word, that... Let's get back to the video before I punch the screen.
And now you can go off.
Now, this is textbook activism. I have ample confidence in this individual, and I firmly believe that he will initiate significant improvements in U-Haul's authoritarian conduct.
22. I'm walking around. 2238. These are our cars. 2218.
Sir, step away from my vehicle so that I can access it.
This is my vehicle.
So if the vehicle indeed does belong to him, why is he outside of it? And why does he feel the need to record his own property? I'll hang up and listen.
You don't. It's not. It's called a public easement. Quit trying to fucking bully me. I know my rights. All that proves is you think I'm a chump. You think you're going to lie to me and shove me off and I'm going to smile about it. I'm not fucking done. You wait. Hey, all I'm going to say is I'm going to get your name off this report and you're going to have lawsuits. Since these guys won't do anything, I'm going to let the court do it.
Yeah, no, you're not. And public easements aren't for parking your little e-bike on. They are intended to be used for a specific purpose, not some loudmouth creeping Tom to just hang out all day. The scope and allowed activities on a public easement depend on the terms of the easement agreement.
Gave away my Fourth Amendment right when they said they were going to write a case and they said they were going to handle this. And I was smirking over there. Something funny, isn't it?
Well, a little bit, yeah.
Explain this to me.
I'm trying to, but you're not letting me speak.
No, you're cop-splaining. You're telling me how to deal with it. I want you to tell me how you're going to deal with it.
Okay. Are you going to let me speak? Because if you're not,
Okay.
then I'm not going to talk.
Go right ahead. You've done great so far.
All right. When we say we're referring something to a prosecutor, it's not just the assaults. It's everything that's involved in it, okay? When the report gets written, everything that occurred today with the video that we took from you, we get from U-Haul, and we're going to get from this car auto sales right behind us, is all going to get put with the report, and a prosecutor is going to look at it and decide what's going to happen from there. You civically, right, can go forth and try to sue him.
Oh, you bet your sweet ass.
That's up to you. You have the right.
I'm
to
coming
do
for
that.
you guys, too.
Okay, which is within your rights.
Yeah. See, and then you're going to be a condescending prick by gaslighting me. That's how you treat people, huh? They get assaulted and then they get trespassed from public property.
Can you step away from
my vehicle so I can
She's stupid. So are you.
Of course, he didn't get trespassed from public property. He was trespassed from U-Haul. And these meltdowns from these freedom fighters are always entertaining to me. But not only the meltdowns. The fact that they post them on the internet for anyone to view is baffling. Switching gears a little bit, no one was arrested at the time because the officers did their due diligence, as did the prosecutors by looking at multiple cameras throughout the area. Oddly enough, our auditor hasn't mentioned anything about what happened days later. So much for transparency. The only reason I know he was arrested and charged is because I got my hands on an email that he sent to multiple rights protectors. It reads, "Is there any chance you have litigation context? The OPD event at U-Haul has grown. A few days ago, I was mailed court documents informing me that the city prosecutor was charging me with 3 counts, one being assault in the 4th degree. They gave me less than a week to prepare. My arraignment is the day after tomorrow, early morning. I honestly have no idea what's going to happen Wednesday. Amazing how I get attacked twice, and results end up with me being trespassed and charged with 3 counts. Now I might actually be thrown in jail for taking pictures in public. Any thoughts or ideas you might have would be greatly appreciated." While trying to find more information about this arrest, Olympia News Network, an outlet that closely monitors events in Olympia, posted the following while covering Pacific Northwest transparency. They wrote, 30-plus videos, and less than 2 months later, the Olympia Police Department would be recommending charges to the prosecutor's office for an incident in front of the U-Haul on 4th Avenue, resulting in him in front of a judge for arraignment for the following charges: assault in the 4th degree, disorderly conduct, and pedestrian interference. The first 2 charges are pretty self-explanatory, but the pedestrian interference means to walk, stand, sit, lie, or place an object in such a manner as to block passage by another person or a vehicle, or to require another person or driver of a vehicle to take evasive action to avoid physical conduct. And that's not the only arrest he's had recently. 11 days ago, he wrote that he was arrested at a DSHS building for some sort of confrontation. The comments under the post were mostly hysterical, with the top comment coming from Monica, writing, "Couldn't have happened to a more deserving guy. By the way, Costco sells big cheese to go with your huge wine." I have a feeling that some of the local business owners and residents have already had their fill of this man, because he got absolutely slammed under this post. I'll be keeping an eye out for his video at the DSHS building, so please remember to check back in periodically for more fun. I think that's where I'm going to wrap it up today. Please do remember to subscribe, like, and comment below. This is Dummy Kruger, and I'll see you guys on the next video.
All right. Yes, we all love Dummy Kruger. Love the way he breaks stuff down. And I love the fact that he does the follow-ups, you know? Like when he does a video like this that's a little bit older, it's actually pretty cool because he follows up and sees what happened after that. Because a lot of times when we watch videos like right when they happen, you know, you don't know, that 6 months from now they're going to end up getting arrested for it or whatever, or go to jail or get, charges. So in this case, it's like, he posted this and now he's in trouble for it. So like they said, like we only saw his footage, but first of all, he said that he had his GoPro on his chest or whatever, and he was holding a camera. He said that he had 3 cameras going. So you got 3 different camera angles from him. Just the one that he posted is what we saw. I wonder if it's because that's the only one that shows that the truck wasn't too close to him. Interesting thought. And then the security camera footage from U-Haul itself, and the cops said they were also getting the security camera footage from the business across the street, who their camera happens to be pointed in that general direction and would have caught it on film. So then the prosecutor looks at all of that footage and says, we better put a warrant out for this guy's arrest, because I just saw the footage of what he did. Guy's driving, he's standing in the parking lot in the way so people can't drive in and out. Then when somebody tries to give out, he punches their car. So the dude gets out and then he knocks the dude down and kicks him. Oh, man. Oh, yeah, I'm sure the security camera footage was what got him. He instigated the incident by slapping the truck. Yes, exactly. Ugh. Crazy. I suspect the frauditor made up a lot of BS. I'm quite sure. I think a law should be passed for every unsubstantiated lawsuit. The plaintiff should be held liable for the court costs and legal fees for the defendants. You know what? Sometimes that does happen sometimes. It does. Not always, but sometimes it does. So that is a thing. But yes, it would be nice to see that more often. Absolutely, absolutely. And just because it's been a while, let's have ourselves another happy dance. All right. All right. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. And so, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, women and children of all ages, magical the unhallowed night. Yes, this is another soft sit video. Oh, I love watching these idiots get pulled over. This is, well, I might not want to go with this one right away because as I'm looking at it, this is one of the ones where the guy has a kid in the back seat, and it's like, sometimes I hate watching those because it makes me feel so bad for the kid. It's like, kid, do you realize that your father is an absolute idiot? Like, stupid, dumb, no good, rotten, horrible idiot. You know what? Here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to go with something different. As we know, the breaking story that was broke. I didn't break the story, but yesterday morning, Dickbag Patrol was in here in this chat telling me, hey, talk about this. Like, it's just happening now. Let's go. Get it. So Dickbag himself broke the story, but you know, as he was doing it, he's asking me to cover it. So I talked about it, where Chili is making the announcement that he's going to sue Dickbag Patrol. Well, since then, Familia TV has made a video about that whole situation. So I would like to go with that video next because it's a follow-up on something that happened on yesterday's show. But before we get into all that, ladies and gentlemen, on this happy hump day, Blackheart Knight for $2 says there's a stranger in my house. OMG. It's News Now Voodoo. Taze! Level 1 through 11. Oh my goodness gracious me. This is going to be a big Tazy. Woo-hoo.
Listen, Hez, don't think I didn't hear you singing those Queen songs but changing the words to be anti-frauditor. Hey, listen, I got one for you. I see a little silhouette of a douche. It's a douche. His name is Blackheart Knight. Stupid douche Blackheart Knight. He's a poo-poo. Man, all right. Galileo, Figaro. Magnifico. Blackheart's a douchebag. I hate Blackheart. You are a scumbag, always tasing me. I do not like getting tased by you guys.
Wow. The residuals on that one lasted a long time. Holy crap, hammer sauce. Oh, thank you. Thank you very much. All right. And then $9.99 from Just Jenny. All right. My kid in Kentucky now gets up to watch you with us in Connecticut, and we poop talk frauditors via text. I love it. I love it. That's awesome family bonding time over me. That's great. I hear so many good stories from my fans. Sometimes it makes it all worth it. Seriously, I love that kind of stuff. Here's your family happy dance. Ah, crap, I blew it. Hold on. All right. Hey, Double Trouble. Okay, hey, Triple Dipple. Ole, oh, quadruple poople. All right. Ow. Ah, crap. Sorry about that. They do that sometimes. Oh, yeah. Getting funky with the monkey. I said funky with a monkey. I said funky with the monkey.
Awesome.
Oh, thank you. Not all heroes wear capes. Yeah, some of them wear badges. Hell yeah. The Frog just dropped a new video. Let's see what the Frog got. What are we talking about here on Clean? Let's see. Frog UK. What's he got to say? Northern Corruption Monitor plays FAFO. All right, let's see. Let's check that one out. This is brand new. Dropped 6 minutes ago. Let's see what's up. What the Frog has to offer for us today, ladies and gentlemen. Brand spanking new, hot off the presses, 6 minutes old. Let's go.
Was arrested today. His name's Sam Allen.
Allen, hold on, please. Yeah, we have Mr. Allen.
What are his charges and how much is his bail?
Criminal trespass in a second, violating conditions of release, $250.
All right. I appreciate that. When can he be bailed out? Anytime?
Yep.
Oh.
Apologies for my background noise. Here we have Sam Allen arriving in a car parking lot.
Can I help you out with something?
Oh, shit.
Apparently not.
Who are you?
Who are you?
Who are you?
Who are you?
You get away from me.
Sam?
Always nice when you're identified.
There was an officer, I guess, apparently that just pulled around back and asked me who I was. Can I get his identity? Oh, it is? Why did he run away? Why did he come over there and check me out and run away? Why am I not allowed? Oh, really? Okay, so you fucking idiots should have some signage up there, restricted area, right? Oh, it isn't.
No, it's not polite conversation, Sam.
That's not how you talk to me. The back lot is open to the public. There is no signage. Did you guys see any kind of signage that says restricted area? There's a sign here if you go to the right. But if you drive over here, there is no signage.
Let's play FAAFO.
And I'll demonstrate it to you.
Ooh, ladies and gentlemen, we got $5 from Highway Star. Voodoo, voodoo, voodoo. You get a taste for everything you do. Voodoo, voodoo, voodoo. You get a taste for everything you do. Oh, my goodness gracious me. It's time for another taser-lating. All right. Let's get this voodoo doll and get him going. All right, we're going to light his ass up.
Oh, dang nabbit sauce ass Highway Star! Oh, you dirty, rotten, no good, deep purple fan! How dare you do this to me? Let me tell you something, man. Look, man, look. Check it out, man. Look, I don't care what you say, but I mean, even you gotta admit that the David Coverdale era was probably the worst, right? Right? David Coverdale sucks, right, Hez? Ow! Okay, I guess not. Alright, so what, do I get taste for that now? Is that how this is gonna go? No? So why'd you bring me up here? Oh, you're trying to be sneaky and hit me when I'm not expecting it. right? When you least expect it, expect it. Okay, right, sure. Well, you're not gonna get me this time, buddy. I'm ready. Will you just watch? Hello? Oh, crap, I wasn't ready for that!
All right, ladies and gentlemen. That's right. That's right. That's right. We don't fool around here in the Hezokuai Happy Dance world. All right. All right. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. Anyway, the Frauditor, protector of freedom, says a cop cannot pull up his car besides his car. See, that's the thing. It's like so much of what the auditors say only applies to the frauditors. That's the crazy part. You know, that's why cam backing to me is actually the ultimate example. That's why I call it the ultimate sin. Because to me, that's the ultimate example of how these guys don't actually believe in what they say they're standing for. Because anytime someone who's not an auditor films an auditor, they're horrible. They're terrible. They can't believe that these snowflake Karens and Darrens are having the audacity to use their First Amendment freedom of press to film a frauditor. Like, that's the worst thing you could possibly do. Just Jenny, News Now Voodoo needs a little foil hat to keep the the Blackheart Night taser away. Hey, you know what? That might work. He might look into that. I wouldn't be surprised. Although the taser's in his spleen, so he might have to, not in his head, so he might have to wear an aluminum foil like girdle or something. I don't know. Anyway, here's your happy dance. All right. Hey, ladies and gentlemen, I got to ask you a question. What did the hamburger say when he introduced his girlfriend to his family? Hey, guys, meet Patty. Another wonderful dad joke from our fan, Lisa. All right. And if she's not here right now, make sure you guys tell her that I said it on the air. Yes. Parson 1122, I call BS. He sticks up for Voodoo. He doesn't like watching him get tased. Oh, Lisa's still here. All right. Excellent. Thank you for the joke. I love it when you send me jokes. Make it the joke of the day. You know what? Just for that, I'm also going to put Lisa's name in the hat for this month's giveaway. Why not? I'm feeling generous today. It's Wednesday. We're halfway there. So just for the heck of it, and I actually got this thing yesterday, and this is why I've sort of been doing this, is not quite vilified freedom style of dad jokes. Yep. One of the things that I noticed in the chat yesterday, and I've heard people say it before, but after yesterday I really thought about it and I realized, yeah, that's kind of the thing. What I'm trying to do with my giveaways, because I do the monthly giveaways, that's a big part of the show. People seem to love it. You know, I got my cards and my books, and you know, like nowadays I got these here, like these custom-made Frauditor bingo cards that I made for fun. People seem to like those a little bit. And then I got the dancing cop card, you know, I don't know, because the glare. See, I keep the cards in separate individually wrapped plastic, but it makes too much glare on the camera, so you can't really see. But they're well, I don't have to hum. No, wrong song. Right. So, lots of cool, fun little stuff. So I have a lot of merch, a lot of things that I make for fun, including, because I also get a lot of help from my wonderful, beautiful, fantastic fans, Salacious, who made this voodoo doll that was really popular. And now, for those of you who don't know, we have mini voodoo dolls. These are 3D printed mini versions. Now, this one's completely blank. I'm going to decorate it. This month's giveaway is going to include, because I always have 10 prizes. And again, what I just showed with the cards is going to be part of it, like the overall prize package. But I'm going to have the main things this month, prizes 1 through 9. It's going to include one of these guys, a blank one, that you can decorate any way you want. Or you can just keep it blank, put it on display, whatever you want to do with it. But the top 3 prize, well, the top prize, the number one main prize, is going to be 3 of these that have already been hand decorated by Salacious. And we're showing them, 1, because they're the top prize, and 2, to maybe help inspire you guys a little bit when you get one of these, to give you some ideas of what you could do with them. Here's Long Island Audit. Look at his girdle. And at another angle. So that's going to be part of the grand prize. It's going to include this specific doll right here, and also News Now Ninja. And look at his little shoes and his tattoos. He's got his hippie bracelets on. There he is from the side. You can see the hair. Look at all the detail and all the work that Salacious put into this. This is amazing. And then the generic Sovereign Moore with his little Black's Law Dictionary. All 3 of those can be yours as the grand prize for this month's giveaway. But there's more. But wait, there's more. These little guys eventually are going to be made for sale. Like, you'll be able to buy them. They'll be around about $20. But the thing about them is that what we're going to do from now going forward is anyone who gets one of these, whether you win one or you buy one or whatever, if you have one of these 3D printed News Now voodoo dolls and you decorate it, take a picture of it and send it to me, that will automatically get your name entered into a future giveaway. So that's a lot. Yes, Just Jenny, the mini voodoos are amazing. Yes, they are. And so, ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, here's Familia TV talking about the Dick Bag Patrol / Chili De Castro situation. All right. No, wait. This is still the frog. Oh, yeah, let's finish this up, and then I'll go to Familia. All right.
See, there's no signage. No signage.
Get out of here now. You're not authorized to be back here. Turn around.
Where's the signage?
Turn around.
Where's the signage?
Back. Turn around. Ow! No!
Ow! Ow! Ow!
Unauthorized.
Ow! Help! 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 Help, guys! Help! 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 Help!
So that was the end of Sam. Trespassing the second and violation of pre-trial release. $250 bond.
Yeah, it looks like they towed Sam's car too. That is fucked up.
Looks like Carl went to car jail as well. Thanks for watching.
All right. Well, that was quick and easy. All right. While I'm pulling out the familiar video. Woke up this morning. The blues walking like a man. Blues, give me your right hand. Sorry.
This guy doesn't either, and this guy doesn't either. You treat people so inhumanely every day.
Sir, you can record.
I can record anywhere I want. I don't have to back up anything. I'm a constitutional law scholar. You're a dunce cap cop. I'm way more educated than you. You are literally a moron, bro. I teach constitutional law. You're a dunce cap. You're a giant dunce. Want to play games with me legally? Let's do it. Let's do it. See, I'll bet you within 2 years your badge goes. I bet you within 2 years you have no. I'm not going in it. Hey, get your hands up. Don't touch me, brother. Don't put your hands on me, mother. You better back the fuck up. I'm standing right here. I'm not going anywhere. Keep your hands off me. Rodriguez versus United States, 2015. You're extending this, which is unconstitutional. Leave me the f alone. This is a First Amendment protection act. Put your hands, do what you want, but I'm not moving an inch. I'm not moving up.
See, real quick, I gotta say this. They always do that. I would love a frauditor to answer this question, like legitimately give an answer to this question. If they ask you to step back and they don't say a word about the fact that you're filming, why do you automatically go to this filming is constitutionally protected activity? They didn't bring up that you were filming. They just asked you to step back a little bit. Why do you always do that? Well, I know why you always do that, but what would be their explanation? Like, they always say people are trying to stop them from filming when nobody even mentions the camera at all on any level. Scumbag lawyers, false narrative builders.
Go ahead. This is Rodriguez versus United States. It's done. No, I'm standing right here. What are you going to do about it? Do it. Then do it. Go ahead, and you'll lose your badge in 2 years. I sue lots of cops. Your stop is right here. Rodriguez versus United States. Let me help.
Just back up to right there.
I'm not moving. You don't have to make me look. Get the f away from me. I'm standing here filming. I'm doing my job. Rodriguez versus United States, 2015. You are extending a stop to deal with someone who's doing a First Amendment protected activity. Look it up, you dunce. Yield. Go ahead. Do it. Rodriguez versus United States, 2015. Do I need to call an attorney right now? Do I need to call my attorney? This is a First Amendment protected activity, dunce cap. This is a First Amendment protected activity. You cannot extend a stop because you don't want me filming you. Sorry, buddy. You put the guy in the car. I said he was filming.
All my friends are heathens, take it slow. All my friends are heathens, take it slow. We don't deal with outsiders very well. They say newcomers have a certain smell. Yeah, trust issues not to mention. They say they can smell your intentions. You laughing on the freak show sitting next to you. You have some weird people sitting next to you. You think how did I get here sitting next to you? But after all I've said, please don't forget. All my friends are heathens.
Remember when people used to say that Schrodinger had the longest intro in the world? Welcome back to the channel. One of our friends, Dickbag Patrol, is being attacked by Chili. I'm asking that those of you that are not familiar with Dickbag Patrol, please swing by his channel and give him your support. What, is Steven's microphone broken or something? How come he just put text on the screen and didn't narrate it?
Dear Diary, today it finally happened. Chili DeCastro threatened to sue me.
Oh, so I got some loser just chimed in here. Hey, bro, you're the next guy I'm suing. I'm going to send you a cease and desist letter. Your comment didn't get through. And then I'm going to send you that cease and desist letter. If you don't take down the videos where you mimic my voice, I'm going to sue you next. So let me just show everybody. This guy's name is Dickbag Patrol. He makes videos about me. You might want to look up the case called Bette Midler versus Ford Motor Company. You're going to get your cease and desist letter in the next 24 hours. If you don't take down the videos where you mimic my voice, I'll sue you.
I mean, what's the world coming to? I go out of my way to make a professional campaign ad for him. I patiently explained to him how dangerous his driving while live streaming is, and he didn't care.
You know, people already bitch and complain that I live stream and drive, but I don't really care. I've been fortunate with being a driver. I've been fortunate in that regard. Whoa, I'm hydroplaning. Oh shit. Hydroplaning. Holy shit. Hydroplaning. Wow, that was crazy. I was just hydroplaning. Did you guys see that? Holy shit. I was sliding everywhere just now. That was terrifying.
Yeah, Mr. Lucky. And I encouraged him to get mental help. And this is what I get for my troubles. Jeez, you try and help a guy these days, and you get sued. Anyway, I was literally in the middle of a video explaining parody, satire, and fair use to another dickbag when I heard the exciting news of my impending legal ruin. So now I gotta take more time out of my day on top of everything else. Thanks, Chili. So, Bette Midler, that's what you're going with. Midler versus Ford Motor Company. That's your case law on this? Because if so, you're going to lose. Very hard. You're so far off, I'll even give you another case that involved a sound-alike, since apparently your crack legal team was unable to uncover it. I'll put a link to it below. The gist of it is that in 1988, Tom Waits, who has one of the most distinct voices in the world, sued Frito-Lay for using a Tom Waits-style song, along with a sound-alike Tom Waits singer. The end result is a song that the public would assume was Tom Waits, thereby making money off of his distinct voice by proxy. In other words, it was a deliberate act of subterfuge on Frito-Lay's part. Exact same thing with your example of Midler versus Ford Motor Company. Exact same thing. They were hoping people would believe or assume it was Bette Midler. So if you had paid close attention to my videos, I make it crystal clear that AI Chili is a fictitious character and that his voice is a mere imitation of yours. In fact, no sane person would mistake poor little AI Chili here for you. He has a much better vocabulary, makes sensible points when he talks, and doesn't go around fraudulently calling himself a constitutional law scholar or selling a bogus legal aid that's falsely marketed as being indestructible. And why is that, AI Chili?
That would be fraud.
That's right. So unfortunately for you, Chili, you have no case. Those two examples are not even in the same ballpark. This falls under satire and parody, which is covered by the First Amendment. And secondly, as noted before, I'm not trying to convince anyone that the voice is the real you. I went out of my way to make it clear it is not. He doesn't tell anyone they're not his daddy, or call anyone a copsucker, or wish bone cancer on children. Do you know why Conan O'Brien never got sued for that Arnold Schwarzenegger thing he used to do? Because he has every legal right to do it. Are you gonna sue people like this when you're governor, Chili? Excuse me just a minute. That's funny. How about if they draw a political cartoon of you? Are you gonna cry about it? Probably. By the way, if you're thinking of taking that trip to Oklahoma, I wouldn't try and live stream it. Don't think I haven't noticed you've been parked recently. Figured out people were watching you, huh? Pretty funny that you still titled your videos as if you were going to be driving. Oh, yeah, I was going to go for a drive, but yeah, let's just hang here. It's totally my choice. Yeah, I told you I'd stop you from doing it, and you did. And if you're thinking of being a wise guy and trying to start it up again, just remember, because of your arrest report, I now have the make, model, and year of your vehicle, and your license plate number. So do a select few others who may or may not be law enforcement. The minute you go live on the road, the authorities will be notified. So if I were you, and believe me, I wake up every day grateful that I'm not, I would just walk away from this one, little man. I stopped your distracted driving bullshit, and this lawsuit nonsense is a non-starter. Luckily for you, your audience is just like you, the attention span of a gnat. If you never mention me again, they'll forget all about it. They seem to have forgotten your threat to sue Gunnar TV. Otherwise, you're going to be in for a lot of public humiliation. I can't wait for a court-ordered psychiatrist to evaluate you. I wonder what they might have to say about your mental well-being. So, am I going to take down the videos? No. Not a chance. You don't intimidate me in the slightest, you ridiculous pipsqueak. But I will make you a deal. I'll take down all of the AI chili videos and never make another one if you take down every one of the 100+ videos of you driving and live streaming on your channel. I have the list if you need it. And you make a public video apology and tell everyone how wrong it is to drive distracted. That's the best offer you're ever gonna get from me, Pee-wee. So, Chili, you just gotta ask yourself one question. Do I feel lucky? Well, do you, punk?
That was different. Like I say, I wonder if there's something wrong with Amelia's microphone because he did put text on the screen, but he didn't put any commentary, which is rare for him. He usually has something to say. Yeah, I don't know. Look at that man. He doesn't learn lessons and he won't be stopped. Yeah, that's true. That's why he's dangerous, because he doesn't learn. He just keeps doing the same nonsense over and over and over again, no matter how many warrants he has for active warrants he has for his arrest. Oh man. So yeah, he's definitely, Chili is definitely a scumbag, and he means it when he says I won't stop. But eventually he's gonna get hemmed up, he's gonna get caught, and he's gonna get locked up. He can't just keep fleeing every state that he has a wanted, a warrant, and just leave the state and never come back until he gets a warrant in another state and then leaves that state and never eventually he's gonna run out of states. Or maybe he'll get hemmed up for making 1 billion frivolous lawsuits that are all or nothing. Eventually he's going to get in some kind of trouble. What's up, Public Tour? This chat's going to get really interesting real quick. All right, so I think I might stop looking at the chat for a little while because it looks like there's a storm of brewing. We got Grey Knight and Public Tour in here at the same time. Now all we need is for Rogue Nation to show up. I blocked BSBT. That's why you don't see him anymore. And just for anyone who doesn't know, on one of my Saturday shows, Mrs. Schrodinger's cat was in the chat, and BSBT came up and started talking crap about the big cat and made her leave. And at that point, I'm like, I'm done with him. I've lost even the shred of respect I had for him and completely blocked him and all of his sock accounts because screw him. He's a piece of crap. Tried to give him the benefit of the doubt. He proved that he didn't deserve it. So anyway, ladies and gentlemen, let's watch Patrick Darcy. All right. Love Patrick J. Darcy show. It's good stuff, yo. Don't you know?
Opinion here by a district court judge in Massachusetts addressing the typical sovereign citizen bullshit. It's a massive bench slap. It says that you have to have a license. It's a privilege to drive, not a constitutional right, as they always seem to misquote. It says that it's required that you register your vehicle, required that you get insurance. He talks about the sovereign citizen's abject misunderstanding of the law. That he tried to disengage with a contract with their registry of motor vehicles, our DMV out here. There is no contract. This is a great opinion. I condensed it down as much as I could for you, so let's watch. The claim against the Massachusetts Registry of Motor Vehicles there, DMV. He sued the cops, and he also sued community college police and also some city police officers. And as the judge wrote, he's filed multiple complaints against the.
No. I don't have a problem with socks. Don't get me wrong. But there are a couple of BSBT sock accounts that I know, and so I blocked the ones that I know, like Suffering Succotash audits and stuff like that. So, yeah. And Perfect System, Lots of Trust, or whatever it is, something like that. You know.
Defendants named in these suits, all of which are vague and confusing. Kamei alleges that these individuals who are members of the police on multiple occasions violated his constitutional rights and conspired, arresting and falsely imprisoning him, searching and seizing his automobile without probable cause, destroying his property, a license plate that he made for himself. Now, the court, after reading the complaint, ordered Kamei to show cause. That means give me a good reason. Give me a good reason why I should not dismiss this case. The Massachusetts Registry of Motor Vehicles, they got sued. And he said he wanted to cancel his contract. Now, how many times have we heard that? The sovereign citizen loves to say, I will not be part of your contract. Again, where the hell is he coming up with this contract shit? And it seems that they pull it from the UCC, which is the dumbest place in the world to pull it from. Once again, the Uniform Commercial Code deals with, for example, under Article 9, financing transactions, which I've been dealing with for 17 years. It's basically a way to document security interest in personal property. When it's real property, it's deeds of trust. There is no contract to cancel. That they unlawfully required him to have a license, a permit, and register his motor vehicle and follow the same script previously described. I like the word script. This judge has a sense of humor. Kamei has repeatedly been stopped by members of the police and the community college police. He was at all times engaged in private business. See, now they're giving you that argument just so they can destroy it. He was not at the time engaged in any commercial activity, as if that matters. It does not matter. And has never used his automobile for commercial purposes. The judge has given this all to you because this is a Rule 12 motion. And Rule 12 motions presume what you said is true, just so they can still destroy your case. Kamei believes that an individual operating a private vehicle for non-commercial purposes is not legally obligated to register his vehicle, insure that vehicle, or have a license to drive a motor vehicle in Massachusetts. His car was seized and subjected to a search. That's always the infamous inventory search. So Ken has been charged with driving without a license, driving an unregistered motor vehicle, and driving without insurance. And the plate on his private automobile was missing. Well, that was probably because it was destroyed. He had his own private plate. We've seen that one too. And then he said that he repeatedly informed the RMV that he no longer wished to have a learner's permit and wants to cancel his contract. There's that cancellation shit that we all know is crap. 1983 claims are the claims based on violation of civil rights. Kamei's claims against all defendants in these cases are based on a fundamental misunderstanding or deliberate refusal to recognize Massachusetts law regarding the privilege of driving a motor vehicle on public highways. They constantly say with that card that they hold up, that driving is a constitutional liberty. No, it's not. It's a privilege. That's why you get a license. Okay. And privileges are revocable. More specifically, it is clear from his submissions in these cases that Kamei is taking the position that he's not required to have a valid driver's license to operate a private motor vehicle in the Commonwealth and elsewhere, and is not required to register or insure his private motor vehicle. Kamei is incorrect, as all are requirements for driving any motor vehicle, including a private vehicle, on a public way in Massachusetts. See Massachusetts General Law, Chapter 90, Sections 9, Failure to comply with these laws is a criminal offense, hence the arrest. Accordingly, the alleged actions taken by the defendant police officers of impounding his vehicle, confiscating and destroying his license plates, which were not official, and arresting them were lawful under the circumstances. Rule 56 is summary judgment. The summary judgment is gone. The case is over. No trial, case is over. The judge doesn't want you to amend anything. This case is over. Now here, he saved the best for last. The court notes some of the observations made in this opinion are collateral to the issues before, in other words, commentary. However, they've been addressed only because of the concern that given Kamei's apparent misunderstanding of the legal requirements for driving a motor vehicle in this Commonwealth and generally in this country, he may subject himself to future traffic stops and arrests. Yeah, I think that's true. Kamei is advised to seek counsel regarding such legal requirements before continuing to drive a motor vehicle. Yeah, because he's going to keep racking up criminal charges. Moreover, Kamei is now on notice, if he wasn't before, that any future suit filed against any individual or entity based on his abject misinterpretation regarding the law applying to operation of motor vehicles will be reviewed to determine whether it's frivolous or vexatious. Now, it's the kiss of death to a plaintiff to be named as a vexatious litigant. That means you can never file again in that court unless you get permission first from the presiding judge. And they may even require you to post a bond. If the court determines that such suit is frivolous or vexatious, Kamei will be subject to summary dismissal of the complaint and or monetary sanctions, which can be also under Rule 11. So here you have it, guys. Very forceful opinion by this judge, very forceful language, basically saying the sovereign citizen ideology is absolute bullshit. It's not going to fly in Massachusetts. And any other federal judges looking at this decision, especially if Kamei gets in trouble, say in California, and files another lawsuit there. That's what I've seen. You know, they file lawsuits in other districts, Ninth Circuit in this area, Central District. This is going to be used against them. The federal courts are not the place to screw around. You can get a lot more lenient treatment in state court, but not in federal court. And this is basically an opinion telling this guy to not come back with this kind of shit again. Well, let me know what you guys think.
All right. Yes. That's true. So, one of the things that I also like to talk about, I don't know if it looks like what's his name? Gray Knight's still here. Did you read my most recent community post? You should check it out and tell me what you think of that. Now, as far as the Washington Post doing a story on DirectD, I haven't watched that yet. It was just posted, today, just a few hours ago, not even. So I haven't watched it yet. But just because the Washington Post did a story about First Amendment auditors, I mean, they do stories. The newspapers did stories on Charles Manson too. Does that mean it was okay that he did what he did because they did a story about him doing it? Like, I don't know. I mean, I didn't watch the story. I don't know. But, yes, these guys are getting way too popular and way too well known, and their hatred is spreading like wildfire, and it's disgusting. And that's why there needs to be more people like us pointing out, hey, you idiots, you're following like a Pied Piper, but he's leading you into the fires of hell, and you're following him. Like, that's not good. I don't know. I haven't watched it. Do you guys want to watch it? See what the Washington Post has to say about First Amendment auditors?
He's already getting the tape. Hilarious. Yeah, establish your crime scene, fat boy, and then we'll do whatever you want.
YouTube has brought about this new generation of cop watchers.
I'm telling you right now, you're going to crime scene.
Some of them call themselves First Amendment auditors.
Come on. Here, hold this. Come on. Come arrest me.
Be sort of a fly on the wall and bear witness and hold the police accountable.
Right here. Which one?
Oh! Right off the bat! Right off the bat. Holy shit! What the hell? We haven't even gotten what? How far are we into this? 30 seconds in. And already the Washington Post has shown their hand. They're doing the same thing frauditors do already. Holy shit! What are you talking about, Hez? They're showing a video of Direct D getting all up in the crime scene, inserting himself into the situation, arguing with the cops, and the narrator is saying, well, these guys are just like a fly on the wall. A fly on the wall doesn't inject themselves into your crime scene. The Washington Post itself is already 30 seconds into it building a false narrative. Holy shit! We need to expose the Washington Post.
This one right here or this one?
The story is about a new and very online generation of cop watchers who engage with members of the public and also public servants and mainly police officers, sometimes antagonistic ways, in order to sort of flex their First Amendment freedoms.
You're gonna be viral, thank you.
The first organization that was dedicated specifically to cop watching, many people believe, is Berkeley Cop Watch in California. That organization was dedicated to being a witness to police interactions in Berkeley.
Oh, he watches my videos.
So you'll see a lot of modern cop watchers and some of the most popular auditors and cop watchers on YouTube filming in ways that many people consider intrusive.
Bye, princess.
Am I being detained? Yes, you are. For what crime? I didn't say you committed a crime, but I have the legal right to detain you for further investigation.
Don't touch me. Don't touch me. Don't. Hey, get off of me. Get off of me.
And then the conversation with that officer, the back and forth, is sort of the draw of the video and the genre.
Staring at me like you're gonna do something.
One of the more controversial auditors online is Christopher Ruff. He describes himself as a citizen journalist, and his focus is on impoverished communities where he believes gentrification is happening at a rapid rate, and the police are the tip of the spear of that effort. Christopher Ruff goes out at night, often with an entourage.
Are they going to talk about his pending charges
looking
and
for
court
police
cases?
interactions, and he films them from up close until the police tell him to move back, and that almost always creates a conflict between him and the officers.
So why are we doing it? Because it's obvious that
Because
the
you're a
police do
scumbag?
not know how to do their job correctly.
No,
It's
you don't know
outlined
how
in
to do a
policies,
job at all.
procedures,
That's why
and
you do this
law
in
very
bed.
specifically over the course of over 100 years we've been doing this.
Let's roll.
Christopher and his ilk inspired legislation last year in Arizona that sought to create a concrete distance from which folks could film police.
The new state law now makes it illegal to record an officer within 8 feet.
The Reporters Committee for the Free Press sued, and the state's attorney declined to defend the constitutionality of that law. So it is not being enforced in Arizona at this time, but there are a number of states that have written up similar legislation, some of which has passed, some of which is in debate right now, that seek to do many of the same things legislators were trying to do in Arizona.
I just told you I went in there to ask for a PIO officer or a public information officer.
I think understanding this new generation of cop watchers and First Amendment auditors gives us a window into how the
evil
American
the
public
world has
relationship
become?
has changed with policing in the years since George Floyd was killed, and really in the digital age where
How
we've
big
seen this
scumbags get paid
explosion
to be
of
scumbags?
video that depicts what a police officer's job is like.
Well, that isn't really a pro-frauditor. I mean, it kind of is.
Officer's
Let's see. What
job
did he say at the
is
end?
like
Hold on. I
the
was
years
talking
since
over
George Floyd was killed, and really in the digital age where we've seen this explosion of video that depicts what a police officer's job is like.
Yeah, see, these guys have, that reporter is an idiot. He has no idea what the hell he's talking about. None. In fact, I should leave a comment on there because, like, this is misinformation. This is wrong. That's not true. What he says is just not true. It's a blatant lie. And we need to call them out on it. What was the very first video I showed today? It was a guy auditing a U-Haul. And then before that, we were showing videos of guys auditing fast food restaurants. And I'm always showing videos of people auditing truck stops and people eating their dinner and random people on the street and people going to church. And yet they always will say, we're on this big crusade to make sure the cops aren't violating people's rights. By standing in a U-Haul parking lot, filming the people coming in and out. By standing out in front of a VA hospital, filming the patients. Yesterday, at a drug rehab treatment center, filming the people who don't want to be filmed. And they're using Christopher Ruff, a wanted criminal, as their example. As soon as that guy gets caught, he's going to get locked up. What is this? Grace complaining about Salacious? Well, I don't know about controlling my mods, but Salacious is my producer, so I don't know. Seriously, frauditors don't care about George Floyd. They just want to harass people and film daycare centers, right? Okay, everybody, don't time out Gray right now, because I do want an answer from him about my question. Did you read my most recent community post? In fact, here, I'll pull it up on screen and I'll read it out loud to you. And I want to hear your response to it. Let's see, where is it? Everybody knows that dogs can go poo on your shoe, 'cause that's what they do. When they're done with that, they'll poo on you. When the dog goes poo in your shoe. Yeah, we should voice our grievances to the Washington Post for highlighting a wanted criminal. Let them know, did you know that Christopher Ruff is a wanted criminal? And that he's on the run right now? Running from the authorities? And then Rogue Nation was in here talking about... All right, Gray and Rogue, if you're still here. In this post, I describe in detail the fact that the frauditors are the actual tyrants. And why do I say that? The tyranny of First Amendment auditors. If you do not like being filmed, you will be punished. That is the tyranny of a First Amendment auditor. If you're someone who doesn't like being filmed, you will be punished. These punishments include, but are not limited to, humiliation. When they post you on their channel, they're going to call you a Karen, or a Darren, or a snowflake. They're going to add narration to make you sound like a coward, or to make you sound like an idiot, or make you sound like somebody who hates freedom, or make you sound like somebody who hates rights, just because you don't like the idea of a complete stranger filming you. How dare you not like being filmed? You're going to be punished for not liking that. I'm going to humiliate you online. Or maybe I'll do number 2 and I'll pepper spray you. Often used not as self-defense, but as retaliation. Or just as a tool to enforce the auditor's will upon the victim. For example, back up or you get the sauce. In other words, do what the auditor tells you to do, follow the auditor's directive, or you're going to get pepper sprayed. A cop cannot tell an auditor where to stand. But an auditor can tell a random person where to stand, and if they don't do it, if they don't comply to what the auditor says, they're going to get pepper sprayed. Another form of punishment that frauditors love to put against their victims when the victim doesn't want to be filmed: complaints. Filing complaints against people because the people don't like being filmed in an attempt to get the person fired. You're trying to destroy your victim's life. Get their pension taken away. Get their 401k taken away. Get their paid vacation taken away. Get their income that they used to take care of their families removed. You want to destroy people's lives because they don't like being filmed. How dare they not like being filmed? Who's the tyrant? FOIA requests. Requesting the victim's information so that the auditor can dox the victim on the internet. That's retaliation. That's punishment. They don't like being filmed. You're going to punish them. You're going to humiliate them. You're going to dox them. You're going to try to get them fired. You're going to do everything and anything you can to destroy their lives because it gives you a boner, I guess. Ruining people's lives, you bullies. You tyrannical bullies. You don't like being filmed. I'm going to destroy your life. Violence. Recently, we've seen a sharp increase, especially in New York, of auditors getting physically violent, beating people because they don't like being filmed. Easy cameras on, literally knocking a woman out, punching her in the back of the head because she didn't like being filmed. The video we just watched a few minutes ago, where the guy knocks a guy down and kicks him while he's down. Eli beating that one dude into a bloody pulp because the guy didn't like being filmed. If you don't like being filmed, you're going to get punished. We're going to beat you. We're going to pepper spray you. We're going to destroy your life. But will you call everyone else the tyrants? Sounds like you're the guys who are trying to enforce your will upon everybody else. Do what I say when I say it, or I'm gonna pepper spray you. Cop asked me to step back a foot. Hell no, I ain't doing it. But I ask a random person on the street to step back, and they don't, I pepper spray them. Let's see. So you're not going to address any of the points made in the post? You're just going to make fun of it and ad hominem attack it? And then you wonder why I just let my mods just time people out? Because you got nothing to say. Let's see. Yeah, that was the thing. I told him not to time you out because I wanted to hear what you had to say about it, and all you did was, oh, that sounds silly. Okay, so what about it, though? Judy Johansson says, we like our nights dark and shiny. Yeah. Not gray. We like them dark. Like Blackheart Night or Magical. Yeah. This is where Hez loses me with all the screaming. The screaming's the biggest part of the show. That's the most popular part of the show. People love it when I scream. Like Tucker Carlson or something. I got him a doll to stab. Yes. Yes, Salacious got me the doll to stab, so when I get mad like that. But just because I want to try and make as many people happy as I can, let's do a take two, but we'll do it chill style. All right. Chill Hezekiah is going to read it chill style. All right. This is much more appropriate. The tyranny of First Amendment auditors. If you don't like being filmed, you will be punished. All right. These punishments include, but are not limited to, humiliation. All right. Hey, far out. He said humiliation. When they post you on their channel, they'll call you Karen or Darren or Snowflake, and then add narration to make you sound like a coward or an idiot who hates freedom and rights. You know, just because you don't like a complete stranger filming you. Or pepper spray, often used not as self-defense, but as retaliation, or just to enforce the auditor's will upon the victim, i.e., back up or you'll get the sauce. In other words, follow the auditor's directives and demands or get pepper sprayed. Complaints. Filing a complaint against someone because they don't like being filmed in an attempt to get them fired. Or FOIA. Requesting the victim's information so the auditor can dox the victim on the internet. And finally, violence. Recently, we've seen a sharp increase, especially in New York, of auditors getting physically violent and beating people who don't like being filmed. Is that better that I read it in the most boring way I could possibly think of? Yes, welcome to Light FM. Ladies and gentlemen, I've officially, my tires have been slashed by the fans who don't like it when I yell. So from now on, I'm just going to stay as boring as I possibly can. And hopefully that'll increase my my fan base. So anyway, let's see. Any response to that? You've not gotten any specific feedback for why I think that post is unhinged, and yet you don't address it. Curious. You've not gotten specific feedback for why I think the post is unhinged, and yet you don't address it. Curious. Okay, wait a minute. If I haven't gotten specific feedback, how could I address it? I don't understand what you're saying. I've not gotten specific feedback for why, yet you don't address it. How could I address something that I have not gotten? That doesn't make sense. I don't understand what you're trying to say there. If I don't have it, how could I address it? Oh, you're saying I've now got, okay, where, when, where's the post where you actually address it? Let's see if I could go back. How is a FOIA request an attack on a person? What's the purpose of the FOIA if not to try and get information that they could post online to tell their fans to call flood this number or post the person's information and dox them on their website, on their YouTube channel, on their Facebook? You are engaged in your First Amendment protected freedom of the press to film a First Amendment auditor. I'm going to FOIA that foot. I'm sorry, I'm not allowed to yell anymore. I'm going to FOIA that footage. That's not a retaliatory threat. When you do it, it's okay. But when I do it, you're going to FOIA it to expose me for doing it? What are you exposing? What are the First Amendment auditors exposing? That people don't like being filmed? Well, guess what? If you're a normal human with a soul that lives on Earth, you understand that a lot of people don't feel comfortable being filmed by strangers. That's actually a normal thing. So you're exposing that? Well, we could have probably guessed that. So you're not really exposing anything there. Oh, you're exposing that some people will pull out their phones and film you? They're cam-backing you? Well, I thought your whole purpose in life was to fight for people's rights to pull out their phone and film stuff. Unless they're filming an auditor, then they're a bad person. And they need their lives to be destroyed as a result. You're going to try and get them fired. You're going to try and get them call flooded. What was the question? How is it an attack? I just told you. The FOIA it's the reason. The FOIA itself isn't an attack. It's the reason they do the FOIA. It's so that they can use the information to go back to the other ones, humiliate you, dox you, get you call flooded, maybe use the information to try and sue you, try and ruin your life, add it to a complaint they're going to file against you to try and get you fired. FOIA is part of the process of them trying to ruin your life because you don't like being filmed. So what are you exposing? That people don't like being filmed by random idiots on the street? So what? Well, no. We're exposing bad cops. Show me. Show me. When the dude is at the U-Haul filming the trucks driving in and out, what is he exposing? That people go to U-Haul and rent trucks? When the guy's standing out in front of a drug rehab center, watching the drug addicts desperately walking in there to try and get treatment, and they don't like him being filmed, what is he exposing? That people who have drug problems aren't necessarily proud of it and don't want their faces posted all over the internet because maybe they're embarrassed by the fact that they're going to a drug rehab center, maybe because they finally swallowed their pride and ego enough to go in there, and now some idiot is going to post their faces all over the internet. You're exposing the fact that those people don't like being filmed? Is that what you're exposing? What are you exposing? That a secretary that's trying to do her job isn't keen to stop working to do her job, which is to kiss Frauditor ass? The lady at the DMV has to ignore all of the customers that she was hired. Her job is to serve them, but she has to ignore what they want. The public servants that are hired to serve the public have to ignore what the public wants and put what the idiot with the camera wants first. Whatever the person with the camera wants is number one. And what the people who they actually are hired to serve, the actual public, the customers in the DMV or the post office or whatever, they have to go screw off and die, but serve the auditor who's not a customer, who's just there filming. Like, do you not understand the stupidity in that? How can you not see that? That's why I get mad and I yell. Exposed police misconduct? What police misconduct? That they did their job properly? That they handled their investigation properly? He didn't expose police misconduct. He highlighted beautiful, perfect textbook police procedure. Those cops deserve a medal for what they did in that video. What the hell are you talking about exposing police misconduct? Again, that's why we can't take you guys serious. Your definition of police misconduct is they arrested a criminal. Oh, how dare they? Ugh. So they went to U-Haul to expose police misconduct. So then you're admitting that they purposely went out of their way to bait a situation that would get the police involved 2, expose police misconduct. That's what you're saying. He was assaulted. He shoved a guy on the ground and kicked him. Who was assaulted? He's standing in the egress, in the way of cars trying to come in and out. So the car has to pull around him. So as the car is pulling around him, he slaps the car. He made first contact. He could cry and moan about how the car almost hit him. Well, I almost robbed a bank, but I didn't. So it didn't happen. Plus, now he's being charged with assault. After the prosecutor watched the security cam footage from the U-Haul that shows just how far away the truck actually was from him, because his camera doesn't clearly show it. Oh, the prosecutor's just evil. Right, it can't possibly because the disingenuous douche canoe who lies 3 times in the video you're talking about, in the beginning, he says, and I pointed this out specifically this morning, but you butterbrain sheeple that just believe everything the Frauditor says, don't look at the video. You listen to the narration, but you don't look with your eyes at the video. Because if you did, you would see that he says, this guy took a swing at me. So, well, no. First he says, this guy grabbed my gimbal, so I knocked him down and kicked him. Then a few minutes later, this guy took a swing at me, so I pushed him down and I kicked him. Then a few minutes after that, this guy punched me, and then his story changed 3 times because he's a liar, because he was lying, because it was a lie. That's why it kept changing. But you guys don't see that. All you see is that you didn't like the way the cops handled it. You thought the cops should have just, let me ask you this. Let me ask you a question. Seriously, great night. Talking about that specific video, because obviously you're familiar with it. Let me ask you 2 questions. Great night. Don't time them out if Great Knight's still here. I want to ask 2 direct questions to you that I want you to address both of these questions, okay? Number 1, with that specific video, how do you explain the fact that he changed it from the guy grabbed my gimbal to the guy swung at me to the guy punched me? If that wasn't a lie, what was it? How do you explain that? Number 1. Number 2, you guys are mad that the cops didn't just arrest the guy because they just took the Frauditor's word for it. Frauditor says, he got me, arrest him. And then he got all mad that they didn't just believe him and arrest the guy. But what would happen, or what does happen, in every video that we see where someone says a Frauditor did something, and the cops go to the Frauditor and they say, oh, you're just going to take their word for it? You're just going to arrest me with no evidence? You're just going to take the sides of those guys? What if they're lying? Like, how come when the Frauditor says it and the cops don't take his word for it, the cops are evil? But if it's somebody saying something against the Frauditor and the cops just take their word for it, now the cops are doing something wrong. So if the guy holding the camera says it, it has to be true. And if anybody else says it, it's a lie. If the cops do what the guy holding the camera says, they're doing a good job. But if they do what anybody else says, they're violating the rights of the cameraman. So once again, and as always, the only person in the universe that matters is the guy holding the camera. But no, it can't be that. Because if you're filming an auditor, you're a cam-backing Karen, and you need to be destroyed because you're so evil. So it isn't the person holding the camera, it's the Frauditor. It's only ever the Frauditor. Oh, and look at Gray Knight trying to, like, since he keeps complaining about getting timed out, look at him saying things that make him want to, have everyone be nice to him. So either he's not going to answer my questions or he can't because he got timed out. So I'm not going to accuse him of not answering the questions because for all I know, he's not answering because he's timed out. But I hope that he's hearing what I'm saying and not just getting mad at the chat and actually hearing what I'm saying. Maybe some of the words I'm saying will sink in. You watch that video and what you see is he exposed police corruption. I watch that video and I see proof that these cops did a great frickin' job. They handled the investigation fairly. They didn't just take his word for it. They didn't just take the other guy's word for it. They took the report, got all the footage, not just the Frauditors footage, all the footage, put it all together, sent it to the prosecutor. The prosecutor looked at it and said, yep, the Frauditor was wrong. He beat the guy up. He admitted to the cops that he shoved the guy down and kicked him while he was down. And they watch and they say, yep, this truck wasn't that close to him. He slapped the truck. He initiated contact. He started it. He FAFO'd. That's what happened. The public good was served. The community wins. So, yeah. Hey, what's up, Bad? Good to see you. Oh, so you finally had a chance to say something, and instead of addressing me, you're still talking about KFAR. All right. Let's see. All these. No, Christopher. David's not as bad as Gray. Gray was originally Gray. The first time I saw him was on a panel with on the Spaghetti Taco show, and it seemed like he was a nice guy, so I kind of invited him over here, but apparently he's got beef with KFAR because they keep going at it. I don't know. All frauditors just want to have the movie The Purge happen in real life because they dream of being king of a gang. Yes, exactly. They're bullies, they're punks, they're tyrants, and they want to be in charge of the gangs that are roaming the streets like The Purge. Exactly. Let's see. Gray Knight reuses soiled diapers. Hez doesn't tell us who we can or can't time out. We take votes. Anyway, yes. Once again, the point, which seems to be lost on these guys, which is funny, like they never understand anything that you tell them. Like, and that's why I go back to the example I always use with the 2+2 thing. It sounds insane to say, hey, 2 + 2 is 4. And then someone argues with you and says, no, it's 6. You say, no, look, here, I could prove it. Here's 2 things. And here's 2 more things. It's 2 and 2. Now, count them. How many things do you have? 1, 2, 3, 4. See, 2 + 2 is 4. No, it isn't. And here's the thing. Actually, I just added this yesterday. I didn't say it in my head. So I'll say it now. Because I've used that analogy before, but I'm fine-tuning it to make it more specific for sovereign citizens and auditors. So it's not that they'll argue that 2 + 2 isn't 4. That's not their argument. I've been, like I said, I'm sort of fine-tuning the argument because the more the analogy, because the more I think about it, the more I'm like, yeah, you know what? It's not the same thing. It's not the equivalent to them saying 2 plus 2 is not 4 and arguing it. What it is their argument is more like if I say 2 plus 2 is 4 and they say, no, it's not. And I say, okay, look, here's 2 things. There's 2 more things. Now you have, how many things do you have? 1, 2, 3, 4. Their argument wouldn't be, no, 2 plus 2 isn't 4. Their argument would be, you did some kind of trick to make it only 4 things in your hand. You're trying to fool me into believing that there's 4 things. There's not, because 2 plus 2 is not 4. What are you talking about? See, 360 audits, if you're still here, it's legal to be nice to people. How come these guys aren't out there doing that? That's legal. I mean, if the reason why it's okay for them to do it is because it's legal, then why don't they engage in other legal activities? Technically, and I know different states, different jurisdictions have different specific rules and regulations with this when it comes to civil proceedings. But as far as getting arrested, criminal prosecution, cheating on your wife isn't against the law. So everyone should start just doing that. Why? So they can educate their wife that it's illegal for them to cheat? You have no right. You have absolutely no right to get mad at me for cheating on you because it's legal. See, this is the problem. This is the problem. Listen closely. If you're still here and you can still hear me, listen closely. Yes, it's legal to act like an asshole, but you're still acting like an asshole. Yes, it's legal to act like an asshole, but you're still acting like an asshole. We're calling these people out for being pricks, for being evil, for being bullies, for being tyrants. Because they love to accuse everyone else of tyranny. But they're the ones that you have to do what they say, when they say it, or they'll pepper spray you, or they'll humiliate you, or they'll put in a complaint against you, or they'll sue you, or they'll get you fired. You do what the guy with the, no, not the guy with the camera, because then that's cam backing, and they don't like that either. It's the frauditor. And they're, why is it okay? Again, if you listen with your freaking ears to what none of you idiots ever listen. Listen to what I'm saying. Okay. So some folks are assholes. So what? It's because of what they say. Okay? In other words, they're being a jerk. So what? Well, they're accusing the people that they're filming of doing something wrong because those people don't like being filmed. So wait a minute. Wait a minute. You're going to say that because I'm not comfortable with some absolute weirdo stranger that I have no idea who you are or what you're going to do with this footage, I'm bad because I don't like you filming me. But I can't turn around and say anything about the guy doing the filming? How about this? How about this? How about I'm walking down the street, minding my own business. I see somebody filming me. I say, what are you filming? 5 minutes later, I'm on the ground. I just got pepper sprayed. Why does my day have to be destroyed? Because somebody wants to make a YouTube video? I'm sitting here doing my job, typing on my computer, filling out my forms. Some idiot shows up with a camera. I ask him, please don't film me. Next thing I know, I'm getting fired. So how is this harmless? How is this not something that needs to be called out? How is that okay? How are you heartless? inhuman people okay with that? Okay, which base points? Which base points? Can we agree that the scumbags who audit private businesses are idiots because there's no reason to audit a private business at all? Or random people on the street, like Silence Boy likes to go up to random people on the street. He goes to the Korean market and says, "Hey, Sushi, how you doing, Mr. Sushi?" Yes. Yes, it is. Absolutely. No one ever said it wasn't. And that's another reason why we don't have any respect for these guys. Because every single time, a cop says, "Will you please film from over there?" they'll say, "You're not going to stop me from filming." Asking you to film from a different location is not stopping you from filming. They're liars. They build false narratives to try and generate more hatred for cops, which is going to generate more violence against cops, which is going to get, because I just showed a video the other day of a whole bunch of frauditors watching a video of a cop getting beat up and laughing their asses off watching a human being to get his ass beat. They think it's funny because the human was a cop. Don't you understand the danger of what frauditors are doing? They're increasing hatred against cops. Cops will come out, and I'll see a video where a cop does a great job, and the frauditor will call him a tyrant in the video, and his fans will believe what they're hearing, even though it doesn't match what actually happens in the video at all. Okay, 360. I don't agree with that one, and let me tell you why. Supposedly, the argument that the auditors make is they want a more free world. So a more free world is one where everyone has to hide in their basements with their windows shut because they can't go out in public because auditors won't allow them to go out in public. That's why the auditors are the tyrants, because they are the ones who get to choose whether or not I leave my house. It's up to the auditor whether or not I go out in public. So no, I don't agree on part 2. What else you got? Those are groupies just going to the through the motions. No one wants to go to the post office and have their picture taken so some weirdos can diddle themselves. Exactly! Nobody knows why you're taking the pictures. Maybe you're going to take the footage home and diddle yourself. Maybe you're going to take the footage home and zoom in on the information with your computer and use it to commit identity theft against someone. They don't know, and when they ask you and you refuse to tell them, that just makes it even more intentionally creating RAS. Oh, it looks like 360 audits is done now. Freedom to record in public means the government can't stop you from recording. It doesn't mean that other members of the public can't. See, that's the thing, and that's what I keep saying. Like, when you're filming random people, you could say technically it's legal to film, fine. But when you purposely go out of your way to intentionally film the person who asks you not to film them because they asked you not to film them, how am I supposed to believe that you're just out there innocently filming, la-di-da, not bothering anybody, and then somebody says, please don't film me, and instead of saying, oh, okay, Well, it's legal for them to keep doing it. Yeah, but why? If you're not purposely, intentionally going out of your way to bait a negative reaction, to create a negative reaction, then why would you specifically go out of your way to film the people who don't want to be filmed? Frauditors, you have cameras in and around this building. Simple solution. Don't go there, dumbass. Yes, exactly, Ling Chi. Great point. When the frauditors point out the security cameras don't follow you. They don't pick a specific mark, a specific victim to film that one person and zoom in on them and follow them around. That's not a thing. Are you saying that sometimes you don't know? You don't know. In fact, conspiracy, that was a joke, but seriously, though, I mean, think about this. Think about this. An auditor can say all day, especially if you are looking at a video that an auditor made that has a bunch of, like if it's a male frauditor and there's a bunch of females in it. I don't know how many frauditor videos I've seen where there's a lot of footage of girls, especially if the girls are like out at the club and they're dressed in sexy clothes and they're walking and they're filming all these women. How do you know? Because they say, well, I just took that footage to post it on my YouTube channel. I didn't mean any harm. But I'm not using it to be a creepo or a weirdo or to, you know, get funky with my monkey at home with that footage. But when I make a video and I post it on the internet, I still have the original footage on my hard drive. What I'm doing with that footage, you don't know. Nobody knows. What? Super chat should be right under the say something line in the chat. It's a picture of it's a little picture of a dollar bill. Let's see. I don't want any of you to waste a lot of energy on them. I'm still waiting for a security camera to post a YouTube video. Not only that, but this is another reason, one of the many, many, many reasons why it's so easy to say that these guys are just stupid. Because when they compare what they do to security cameras, I don't know what planet these idiots come from. Seriously, there's got to be like an island somewhere where they make First Amendment auditors because they all share the same one brain. It's like none of them have ever actually seen security camera footage. Because your footage that you say is the same thing, if you're filming me, your footage is going to be... Excuse me, will you please not film me? Meanwhile, security camera footage of me would look like this. Did you spot the difference? Anyone? Bano for 12 euros. Let's have a happy dance for the great Sinead O'Connor who was buried yesterday. All right, I can do a happy dance for the super chat. All right. All right. Thank you very much. Yes, they have a hive mind. They're like the Borg. Hey, Hez, grab me a beer while you're up. Oh, man. I love when Hez demonstrates stuff because it shows how stupid the auditor's arguments are. Yes, exactly. And then, again, like this stuff earlier, Rogue Nation was in here for a second, whatever. And it's like, you know, it's gotten to a point now where, like, yeah, these guys like to come in here and complain and bitch and moan about being timed out all the time. And, oh, you guys don't want to argue. You don't want to have the discussion. You just want to time everybody out. It's like, but then when I actually try to have the discussion, they just start throwing out, like, the same garbage, the same nonsense. They don't want to discuss anything because they don't hear anything that we say. The points that he was making when he's like, well, here, let's see if we can agree on basic points. Basic point number 1, filming in public is legal. Okay, yes, it is. But are we going to ignore what the definition of the word public is? Because that becomes very important when you start talking about limited public forums versus traditional public forums. Filming in public is legal is a very blanket statement. Yeah, technically it is. So what does that have to do with anything? What does that have to do with what we're saying? What does that have to do with what the cops are saying? All the time, always. The cops are saying, please film from back there. They're not saying don't film. Frauditors should be tied to a tree and have multiple paintballs shot at them. Yes. Yeah, no, Rogue Nation is definitely one of the major douche canoes. He's not as horrible as like SGV News or any of the LA crew or any of the New York crew. Those are the two biggest, scummiest crews. Although freaking media, NC Tyrant Hunter, people like that are definitely on their way to achieving the goal of being the ultimate scumbag of the universe. Rogue Nation isn't like top tier scumbag, but he's still a scumbag. You know, his greatest pleasure in life is finding old ladies that are at work and destroying their lives and making them lose their jobs. He gets a boner from that or something. I don't know. Yeah, he just loves ruining people's lives and trying to destroy people. They get off on it. That's why they're punks and they're bullies and they're no good. And again, it's like, okay, technically, legally, they could film, but so what? Who's saying they can't? Unless they're in a limited public forum that has rules against filming in that building. That's different. That changes everything. What's up, Lisa White? I actually spent a good amount of time outside yesterday here in Florida, and yeah, it was really hot, but it was like I don't know, like a dry heat. Here's the thing, I have sinus problems really bad. So the heat for me, actually, when it comes to my sinuses, it's actually pretty cool. So yeah, I don't know. 88 degrees and sunny right now. Middle of Missouri, 67 degrees and raining cats and dogs. All right. Oh, there he is. All right. Whose life has I ruined? Anyone you've ever audited. Because for the rest of their lives, they're going to have to deal with the fact that they actually had to smell you once. Let's see. Well, you think it's funny when you make women uncomfortable. Like, what kind of a weirdo are you that you get off on that? Like, why is that such a pleasure for you? Well, here, let me ask you a better question. What have you ever exposed? Don't give me somebody else sent you information on someone, because then that's somebody else exposing someone through you. What have you exposed? That people who are doing their job are doing it and they don't like being filmed? I don't get, again, what you guys are exposing. That people do their jobs? That people don't like being filmed? Well, we already know people don't like being filmed. You're not exposing anything. What are you exposing? That some cops are bad? Yes, we know that some cops are bad. What are you exposing? All you're exposing is that your definition of a bad cop is a cop that actually does his job. All you're exposing is that your definition of a worker that doesn't know how to do their job is a worker who doesn't like being filmed. Basically, anyone who doesn't like being filmed is going to be punished by the Frauditor. Therefore, you guys are the real tyrants, because you're the ones who decide who can feel what to feel, what to think. If you do not feel what the auditor wants you to feel, you're going to be punished. If you don't think the way the Frauditor wants you to think, you're going to be punished. If you don't bend over backwards to stop serving the public and deal with the idiot with the camera instead of doing your job, then you're not doing your job. Once again, any public employee, exactly. If you destroy people's lives, it makes you happy because you're jealous that they got a good job with good benefits and paid time off. You can't stand that, so you have to destroy them and get them fired because you can't get a good job like that. Bano for £6. Tay's News Now Voodoo for Lisa White. All right, another tasing. Yes, sirree. Let's pretend that he's News Now Voodoo, or that News Now Voodoo is Rogue Nation, shall we?
I'm a hero, man, because I treat public servants like they're my personal slaves. That makes me a hero, right? I mean, I looked up the definition of hero in the dictionary, and it said that if you treat people like slaves, you're a hero. And if you make people bend over to your will and do what you say when you say it, like a tyrant, that's heroism. So I'm a hero, and my name's Rogue Nation. All right. Ow! Hey buddy, don't worry, man. I have a statue of you right next to my Josh Abrams statue that I pray to every night. And a velvet painting of Long Island Audits.
All right. Like, seriously, if Rogue is still here, I'd actually kind of like to hear what he has to say about that. So let me kind of repeat it if he's still here and he's not timed out and you guys will let him answer. Ugh. Like, I would like to address you directly, George, Pete, Thomas, Bunghole, whatever your name is, Rogue Nation. I said George first. Anyway, what exactly, and then I mean, I know you don't care, but that's the point, and that's what you're not seeing. The reason why people like us have no respect for people like you is because you don't care. No heart, no soul, no humanity, no empathy, nothing, just hate. That's all you have is hate. And you laugh, you think it's funny, you love it. And if you're sitting behind your computer chuckling at the fact that I said that, you just proved me right. Thank you. That's the problem. When you're a narcissist, you don't see your own narcissism. When you're suffering from adult oppositional defiance disorder, you don't know you are. Crazy people don't know that they're crazy. You don't need to be a professional auditor. You don't need to expose the government for doing their jobs properly, and you don't like it because it's not the way that you want them to do it. You do understand that when you walk into an office and a lady is trying to work and you distract her from her work to ask her a bunch of stupid questions about a bunch of stupid nonsense, that the only reason you're doing it is for your YouTube video, that you're wasting our tax dollars and her time, that she could be working on something that our tax dollars pay her to work on. She has to stop doing that to answer questions that you're only asking for an excuse to make a YouTube video. You don't see why we don't like that? You guys steal our tax dollars by making the employees, our employees, the public's employees, waste their times. Frauditors think that the public is the frauditors only. If that wasn't true, if I'm not right, then why is it okay for an auditor to walk into a DMV and when every single customer in there, actual legitimate customers that are in there to do business, the public, that the public servants that work there were specifically hired to serve, the customers that are in the establishment to take care of legitimate business are the public, that the public servants were hired to serve. When the auditor walks in with the camera and they're not there to engage in any business, they're not customers, why, if the public servants put the service of the public they're hired to serve above serving the idiot with the camera, is that a fail? Why is that them being bad public servants and not doing their job? They are serving the public by asking you to turn off your camera. They are serving the public by asking you to leave. Because the public that they're hired to serve are the people who are there trying to take care of business, not the random idiot standing in the corner with a camera. The public is the majority. We live in a republic. The public is the people. The people are saying, don't film me. I don't want to be on your camera. Please stop filming me. That's the public that the public servants are serving when they ask you to leave. I pay taxes. I own this spot. Now back up. I'm creating my privacy. See, okay, now wait a minute. Now wait. Hold on. Okay, so completely ignore everything I just said and respond to a general idea. And then frauditors will come in here and complain about, I don't listen to them. I don't want to hear what they say, and I just let my mods time them out. Because I just told this whole story about the public and the public servants being hired to serve. I'm not going to say it again. I said it 3 times because I thought maybe you might hear it if I said it more than once. So what does he answer? Well, the public is everybody in the public, not the majority of the public. Oh. So they're public servant. So let me get this straight. So what you're saying, I want to make sure I understand. I'm not trying to make fun. I want to make sure I understand this comment. So what you're saying is that if I get hired by the state to type in your name and address and your all the information for your driver's license. So I'm in the DMV, and my job, what I've been hired to do as a public servant, is to, when you're getting your driver's license, to put your information in the computer. So because I'm a public servant, even though I was hired to type your information into the computer, specifically to type your information into the computer, I was hired specifically to do that, to get the information for your driver's license. That specifically is what I was hired to do. According to you, my job as a public servant has nothing to do with doing that, the thing I was hired to do. Because I'm a public servant, my job is, if I see someone with a camera, if he tells me to go in the back and suck an egg, I have to go suck an egg because a guy with a camera told me to do it. If somebody with a camera tells me to stop what I'm doing, the thing that I was hired to do, and talk to him instead, because he's holding a camera, I have to do it. Do you see how your argument doesn't make sense? They're supposed to serve the public, all of the public, no matter what they want. So somebody who's hired specifically to do a specific job because it's a public service job has to stop doing their job if some random person with a camera shows up and asks them to do something else? And because they're a public servant, they have to? How does that make sense? How does that make sense? That if you walk into McDonald's, the guy who's a teenager and this is his first job he ever had, and all he knows how to do is flip burgers, and you say, I want that guy on register. He's never been trained on register. He doesn't know how to do that. But he has to because he works there. And I demand it? That doesn't make sense, Hez. Exactly. Exactly. Because the umbrella of public servant counts for the lady whose job is to... Once again, there we go. Ignore everything I said and narrow it down to one statement. Say, oh, see, he's making a false... Don't address any of the points I'm making at all. Because why would you? Why? Ladies and gentlemen, I'm sorry. I want to apologize to my audience. I hate this. It's like about twice a month I have to apologize to my audience. I'm sorry, guys. Once again, I gave a frauditor, particularly Rogue Nation of all people, the benefit of the doubt and thought I could actually talk to the guy and maybe he might actually have something to say. But instead, he's just going to randomly spout nonsense that has nothing to do with what I'm saying. Who said that? You said that. No, wait a minute. Wait a minute. Me asking you a question is not building a false narrative. See, that's another thing that all of you guys do. All the way from sovereign citizens to frauditors to the frickin' Karens. This is a really popular technique that people use in general today, and I hate it. What is it? Hey, did you open that door? Look at this guy lying, saying I opened the door. No, I'm asking you if you did it. Why do you guys always take questions and rephrase them as accusations? You're the false narrative builder by doing that. Don't you understand that? How could you get... See, that's why I get so frustrated. Because I don't understand how you guys can't understand. Like, are you really legitimately actually that stupid in real life? Like, everything that I said just now was a question. A series of questions in response to a question you asked. You were saying, well, no, it was a statement you made that public servants are there to serve all the public. So I'm asking you, does that mean that if I'm hired to do a specific job, because that job falls under public servants, when someone with a camera walks in the door, I have to, it's my job because I'm a public servant, to not do my job that I was hired to do, to help the guy with the camera instead of doing the work that the government hired me to serve the public by doing. Like, you're saying that the public is everybody, and yet you want the public servants to treat you like their individual boss, their individual master. So you are essentially going against your own words in your own argument. Oh, that's not anything new for a frauditor. You're going to say that they're public servants, which means the entire public. And yet, your actual interactions with them are, I'm the only member of the public that matters. Everyone doesn't matter. Only the guy with the camera. No, only the frauditor matters. Because if someone has a camera, they're a cambacker and a Karen, and they don't matter. So it's not that the cameraman is the only one who matters. The frauditor is the only one that matters. So how could you make the statement that public servants are supposed to serve the entire public, and at the same time, in every one of your videos, what you want is for them to not serve anybody except for one specific individual, and that's you. So you don't want them to serve the general public and everyone in the public. You want them to serve you specifically and purposely because you're the boss and they're your employees and they got to do what you say when you say it because you're a tyrant. And that wasn't a question. That was a statement. You're a tyrant. You're a bully, you're a punk, and you're a tyrant. If you're still here. He probably rage quit. These guys hate truth. You drop a truth bomb on a frauditor, and that's like kryptonite. They go, oh, they hate that stuff. Oh, they hate it when you talk truth. And logic, oh, forget it. Logic makes their head spin and their brains start to melt and bubble inside their skull. Bad knows what's up. Yes! Thank you, Pie! Public service workers don't work for individuals because that would be corruption! You guys are trying to expose corruption because they're not being corrupt by serving you above others? That's corruption! Thank you, Phil! Pi! Oh, thank you so much! Phi! Sigma Phi, I know, whatever, Pi. Phi! Sigma Phi, okay, I know. First of all, it's Phi, and it's Phi. But I keep seeing pi, even though it's not the pi symbol or the pi spelling. Anyway, I got €5 from Bano. All right. For public safety is at the moment the most contemptible frauditor in North America, and his partner misconduct is equally vile. I agree. Here's your happy dance. All right. Thank you very much. But yes, that is actually a very good point. If a public servant is putting the service of one specific individual above serving others, that's the frickin' definition of corruption. Frauditors don't want to expose corruption. They just want the corruption to be to their benefit. They encourage corruption as long as the corruption benefits them personally. It's pronounced faux. Thank you. I don't know my Greek letters. I admit when I'm wrong. Alpha, beta, sigma, gamma, delta, pi. That's about all I know. It's pronounced faux. Well, good. Now I know. Thank you. See, unlike an auditor who would say, well, and argue the point, I admit I was wrong. I don't know all of the Greek alphabet. I apologize for pronouncing it incorrectly. Thank you for giving me that information. Thank you for helping me learn something. Learning is a good thing, believe it or not. Because I know frauditors like Rogue Nation think that learning is a bad thing for some reason. Like learning new information like physically hurts them or something. I don't know what to tell you. So you keep making fun of me while I'm on the treadmill with I'm up to my dumbbells while I'm on the treadmill are up to 25 pounds now. Because when I'm on the treadmill, I'm going like this the whole time with dumbbells in my hands. You keep making fun of me while I'm doing that and then chilling in a hot tub afterwards, sipping my Seagrams and 7-Up, while you're standing on the corner smoking cigarettes and picking fights with city workers for no reason. Let's see, what's up? Kind of like the way that we all signed. I like Pi and Fo. Pi and Po. I kind of like the way we the people signed. Who left the back door open? The frauditors are sneaking in here. They the people signed the Tones Over Things petition to take down DMA. Where are we at with that right now? Here, let's put that on screen and see where we're at with it at the moment. I'm going to hit reload because I've had it open for a while. Let's see. We're at 2,117 signatures to get Denver Metro audits demonetized. All right. Good stuff. Good stuff. Good stuff. Don't worry, Hez. Delta House didn't either. Dean Wormer wanted Bluto and Flounder out. That's right. Alpha, Beta, Gamma, Delta, Epsilon, Zeta, Eta, Theta, Lambda, Kappa, Lambda, and Omega Mu. Lambda, Mu, Nu, Z, Omicron, Pi, Rho, Sigma, Tau, Upsilon, Pi, Chi, Psi, Omega. Right on. But I still don't know what the actual Greek symbols for all of them are. Like I said, I know Alpha, Beta, Gamma, Delta. I guess I know Lambda from the Revenge of the Nerds. Lambda, and Omega Mu. Omega, obviously everyone knows Alpha and Omega. Did we give up when the Germans bombed Pearl Harbor? Forget it, he's rolling. Judy Johansson is Pi Theta Kappa. Oh, I love it. Yeah. We didn't really have like sororities and stuff like that in my college. It was, it was an art school, and it was downtown Chicago. I went to what the hell? I can't even remember the name of my college that I went to. That's how old I am, ladies and gentlemen. What the hell? What's my alma mater? Well, now I'm thinking of Delta House. Niedermeyer! Dead. What? Wait, you agree with me? I'm thinking of moving to Wisconsin. See, that's what I'm saying, man. That's what I'm saying. Don't talk about any of the actual issues. Go to the ad hominems and the personal attacks. And I actually like it with things like this happen. Wait, where is that comment again? I actually enjoy comments like that because every single thing that I say that pro frauditors like to say I'm wrong, then you get a comment like that, and there it is. What do I always say? These idiots won't have any kind of a discussion. They say that they're out there trying to fight for freedom and trying to help the country and do all these beautiful, wonderful things. So you ask them questions about what they're doing to make the world a better place to live, and this is their response. Ad hominem attacks, personal attacks, nothing having to do with anything that actually matters. Yay. Thank you for proving me right. Once again, you butter-brained douche canoe. Yeah. Yep. What am I? I'm a zit. Get it? Oh, damn. Rogue, is that because Joe Cool is your kid's daddy? Ah, yeah. Yeah, that's right. I'm sure any woman would prefer Joe Cool to Rogue Nation any day of the week. Even I prefer Joe. You know what? And that's another thing. I get along with Joe Cool. When I have these conversations with all of you butterbrain douche canoes, it always degrades into this kind of nonsense. But Joe Cool, every time I talk to him, it's cool. Because he's cool. It is possible to disagree with someone without becoming an asshole about it. But again, you guys are professional assholes, so why would I expect anything less? Thank you. Bluto from Animal House went on to become a senator, and yes, absolutely. That was great. Let's see. But That's Fair was the worst twirl in history. Yes. Oh, and he lost another lawsuit. Oh, yeah, he sure did. Well, to be fair, we make fun of Wrong for his dancing and fake falls. Right, but I don't go after his family, do I? I don't go after his personal life, do I? I go after his frauditing. And that's the line that these idiots never seem to understand, do they? Go back, show me one time that I went after anyone other than him. Did I mention a word about his family until he started doing his ad hominems? You can't, at this point, listen, I know you've been doing this for a long time, but at this point, so have I. Yeah, you had a head start on me. You were frauditing for a couple years before I started doing my anti-frauditing show. And in the early days when I first started doing this and I had you up on stream a few times, I wasn't very adept at having these types of conversations. But now that I've been doing this for a while and I've had it with a few of these guys, I just talked to Manuel Mata a few weeks ago. It's gotten to the point now where I understand. I know the script better than you do. I literally wrote the book about you guys. And there's no argument you can make that makes any sense on any level. I've already thoroughly thought through every argument that you idiots make. And this is the problem. It's not that I don't understand your thing. That's very important. That the auditors understand that my problem isn't that I don't understand their argument. The problem is that they don't understand mine. And when I try to explain it to them, they just throw insults and ad hominems, which just makes me not want to engage them in conversation. And then they say, oh, you're a coward. You don't want to talk. Well, because when I try to talk, you're a scumbag. Rogue Nation, once again, you don't listen. You never listen. There's a reason why I use the word frauditors. All frauditors are bad. Because if you weren't bad, you wouldn't be a frauditor. You see how that works? Are there guys out there that aren't bad? Yeah, they're not frauditors. I'm talking about people like you. People whose job it is to treat public servants like personal slaves, and they think it's cute, and they think it's funny, and they have no empathy, no emotion, no heart, and dedicated their lives to spreading hate. That's the thing. The only thing they have is hate. That's exactly right, Flower Power. And that's what makes me mad. Well, they always go back on that. What we do is legal. Yes. Said it before. I said it earlier today. Yes. Being an asshole is legal. But you're still being an asshole. Spreading hate is legal, but it's still spreading hate. And we're supposed to sit here and not use our First Amendment freedom of speech to call you out for spreading hate, even though you do it under the umbrella of the First Amendment. But God forbid anyone else use their First Amendment, especially if they're using it to film you. That's why it's so insane. Well, I mean, you're the one who's here listening to it. But you know what? Educating the public on the tyranny of these so-called freedom fighters is a good idea. Like we exposed the Washington Post today for putting out this insane pro-frauditor, pro-direct D specifically video. It was disgusting. False narrative building, misinformation. Yes, comments on this video are pretty good too. It looks like there's only a couple comments on it so far, but they're all like, you're sticking up for a wanted criminal who's on the run from the cops. Rogue Nation, did your parents fail you? Obviously they did. Is that the same case that says recording isn't regulated by the forum doctrine? I don't know. I hate saying goodbye before it's over, but it's over for me this morning. Well, I mean, it's been 4 hours. Holy crap. Normally I do 3, but it's been 4. Oh, so it looks like we're going on a marathon tonight, brothers. Yeah. Yeah, it is fun. Honestly, I'll be 100% honest and truthful, and not screaming and hooping and hollering and putting on the show, but just talking like a person. If we were to actually sit down and have a real conversation, me and Rogue Nation, right? I'm quite sure that I would talk to you for about 5 minutes before I realized that I was right and that you are a scumbag. And that you're just full of hate and all that. But see, this again is another perfect example of how you guys just feed my what I say to prove my point for me. We don't do it for the money. We do it for rights. We don't care about YouTube views and hits. We do it for rights. Oh, you only got 60 views. So why are you gloating if you don't care about views? Why are you gloating about views? Why are you even bringing it up if that's not why you do what you do? So you're assuming that that's why I do what I do? Again, the hypocrisy, the irony, the stupidity. You're blind to your own assholishness. Dunning-Kruger, the more wrong you are, the more right you think you are. It's insane. And almost everything you say is like more evidence to prove I'm right. So you understand that it don't matter if it's a limited forum we record in. Tell that to the people that are kicking you out of the building and trespassing you for violating the not recording ordinance. Or how about the fact that we now, ladies and gentlemen, have precedents. Ladies and gentlemen, we have court precedents, case law. You're looking at it, and you have been for the past 15 to 20 minutes. We now have precedent in case law for someone to be convicted of filming in a place where filming is not allowed. DMA was convicted. DMA was convicted. DMA was convicted. Gonna get the maximum sentence. Might even do some jail time. It's great, great, great to see that DMA got convicted. DMA got convicted. Yeah, 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 yeah. He got convicted. You douche canoe. If they don't care about views, likes, and YouTube money, why are all their channels listed as entertainment? Well, what's funny is that some of them do list themselves as education, which is hilarious because what are they teaching people? How to act like an asshole in public? This is what I don't understand. This is what I don't understand. How about another one? How about another question that he's probably going to just say some stupid nonsense because he never actually addresses an issue legitimately. Here's a question. What are you exposing? The fact that some people don't like being filmed? Well, unless you're an idiot that grew up under a rock, yeah, there are a lot of people who don't feel comfortable being filmed. So you're not really exposing anything because we know that's a thing. Like normal people with brains understand that that's a thing. So you're not exposing anything there. Are you exposing that this office has a no filming in the office policy? Well, you could film the sign on the door that says no cameras and then send that to the government. There's your proof right there. Why do you have to go in there and give the workers a hard time because you don't like the sign? Like if you want to expose that they have a no filming policy, you don't even have to enter the building. Just film the sign on the window that says no filming. There you go. You've just exposed they have a no filming policy. Why you got to give the people who work there a hard time? Oh, clicks and views. Oh, clicks and views. Oh, how they love their clicks and views. Nothing matters but ad revenue, 'cause human beings are the poo on their shoe. Oh, douche canoes, oh, douche canoes. They only care about ad revenue. Yes, everyone they ever see is nothing but their poo and pee. And if you say, please don't film me, you'll be tortured with their hypocrisy. The frauditors, they rule the world, and everyone must lick their boots. And if you don't lick frauditor boots, they will expose you on their YouTube channel and call you names and make fun of you and try to embarrass you and humiliate you, because the only people in the world that matter are frauditors. So there's only about probably maybe 250 people in the world that matter, and everybody else could just go in a ditch and die unless they're gonna lick the frauditors' boots and do what they say when they say it. Oh, douche canoe, oh, douche canoes. You stupid, no good, rotten, scummy, evil, heartless, unempathetic, inhuman, frauditing scumbags. Douche canoes. Grab a camera and your pepper spray. Yo, it's time to spread some hate. We're going to go out there auditing. Hope they take the bait. Torture everyone you see. We're going to try to get them fired. Everything that we can do to get all of our desires. Yeah, boom, boom, boom. We're butterbrain douche canoes. Boom, boom, boom. Bunch of butterbrain douche canoes. And we're auditing you, and we're auditing you. We're a butterbrain douche canoe. Hey, I'm going to audit you too. I'm a butterbrain douche canoe. Yeah. Don't. Butterbrain douche canoe. Butterbrain douche canoe. Butterbrain douche canoe. Hey, hey. Butterbrain douche canoe. A butterbrain douche canoe. Butterbrain douche canoe. Yeah, yeah. Butterbrain douche canoe. Yeah, yeah. A butterbrain douche canoe. Bam, bam, bam. A butterbrain douche canoe. Anyway, yeah, how about this? If you're still here, Rogue Nation, here. And from my list of general frauditor questions, why is it that if they have a sign saying you can't do something, you'll protest the sign, but if they don't have a sign, you'll scream and hoop and holler about, well, there wasn't a sign. Yeah. Well, listen, I'm putting an imaginary band together because Bass Horseman's a bass player. Who told me the other day they play the drums? And then you're a singer? Yeah, I mean, I got a bunch of musicians that are fans of mine. We could like do a song. That would be so fun. Oh, there you go. Florida Jim plays guitar. Yep. Sigurd Chart, music and art. News Now Enemy plays drums. That's the one. Yeah. Voodoo knows all about that one. Anyway, guys, there should be a frauditor registry where frauditors have to register, and they aren't allowed within 100 feet of a government building. That would be awesome. Sue says, I play the cowbell. Hey, why not? I'll take it. As long as you got rhythm, you got music, you got rhythm, who could ask for anything more? Hey, hey. So yeah, that's always fun stuff. It's a good thing to be. I could play drums a bit on the commute, would be hellish. Oh, I play drums, but the commute would be hellish. Yeah. I never follow unjust laws. Did the Underground Radio fail the Scott decision? Okay, but how do you define an unjust law? Like, yeah, the Dred Scott decision is something different, but like, how can you compare that to you? Like, what's your definition of an unjust law? Any law that you don't personally like? Any law that actually affects you personally? That's your definition of an unjust law, is it? I don't know. But I guarantee you the Dred Scott decision was an unjust law. See, that's the problem. Like, that's one of the many problems. You guys should read my book, seriously. Like, why am I going to pay for an anti-frauditor book? I'm telling you, I wrote the book on you guys. You should read it. Maybe you'll learn something. But you guys like to take these examples of these things that are real. Right? Like, okay. Saying some racist law that was clearly wrong and comparing that to somebody walking into a building to film that before frauditing was invented, no one in the world ever even thought of wanting to film inside that building. Like these big, huge civil rights cases you guys like to quote had an effect on everybody, had an effect on the entire country, in some cases on the entire world. You guys get your way, who's it going to affect? The 150 to 200 people that are frauditors, and that's it. Because nobody cares whether or not they're allowed to film in a post office, because until frauditing was invented, nobody ever even thought of filming in a post office. Nobody ever even had that enter their mind. Or City Hall, or the courtroom, or any of these places that you guys like to film. Like earlier, the video I was showing of the guy filming a U-Haul dealership. Or guys like NC Tyrant Hunter standing in front of a truck stop just filming the trucks coming in. Or people standing in front of the video I showed yesterday, guys, standing in front of a rehab facility, filming the patients walking in and out. Like, until First Amendment auditing became a thing, nobody cared about filming in any of those places. And now, the only people who do are the very, very minuscule percentage of the population, the 0.000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000 to the negative 10th power 0 times 1% of the population represented by the couple of hundred people that are frauditors. So if you guys win, if the frauditors win, whose life did you make better? That less than 1/10 of 1% of the population? Who cares? How could you possibly compare that to getting laws and rules changed that affected literally the entire country, and in some cases, you could be argued the entire world? You're talking about changes to the infrastructure of the United States of America, which, especially in the 1960s and 70s, had global economic impact. You're comparing that to them passing a law where no one can tell you to stop filming at the post office? Who gives a shit? Wait a minute. What did I miss? Because I guess while I was ranting, he said a couple things and I didn't catch them all. So let's see where we at here. I'm glad you noticed that. Oh, because now that the auditing is spread to other countries, yeah, that's disgusting. Hatred is spreading. What a surprise. Evil, hatred. I mean, if you look at the world as a whole, the devil is obviously winning, and frauditors are just another piece to prove that that's true. It's unfortunate, but it is a fact. Let's see. Let's see. Oh, you're referring to something that GMK said. Can I secretly record? See, that's another thing, though. If you're still here and still listening, 360, I'll talk about that, because that's one of the many things that Long Island Audit loves to harp on. Well, what if I had a camera hidden in my glasses? Well, I can answer that question for you. If you had a hidden camera, then you might actually be able to expose some corruption. Like legitimately catch someone doing something they're not supposed to be doing. But instead, the only things you guys ever catch anyone of doing is not liking being filmed. Ooh. Or having a no camera policy in their building. Oh, the tyranny. No, like the actual tyrants that like are shooting people in the street for breaking laws, like, you know, starving to death and taking a crust of bread, moldy bread with maggots in it, and they get shot for it in the street. Those aren't the tyrants. It's the people who say, hey, I don't like you shoving your camera in my face. Oh, we got to fight to stop that. How come you guys, I got a challenge for you guys. You want to actually do something? Why don't you get your cameras, get together as a group, pull your money together, come together as a group, fly out to Dubai, take your cameras, go to the cops there, and tell them to let go of the woman that they arrested for saying something that was considered an insult. There's an American woman, I think she's a TikToker. I just did the news reporter about her on this show the other day, who is currently in Dubai and is not allowed to leave the country. They confiscated her passport and all of her recording equipment because she said words that were taken as an insult. That is literally what she is being charged with in Dubai. So why don't you guys take your cameras and fly to Dubai and shove your cameras in their faces to protest her being arrested for saying something that was considered insulting. And then, if you survive and somehow are allowed back into this country, then you can tell me about how this country's tyrannical. Then you can tell me about how this country is against freedom of speech and trying to take away your rights. You have no idea what tyranny is. You have no idea what people taking away freedom of speech is. Somebody not liking the idea of some random possible sicko pervert filming them, or someone who might be using that footage to get the information and dox the person, or use identity theft to start charging stuff on that person's credit card or buy a house under that person's name. You know, things that criminals do. But you guys never think about that. And the irony to you guys that you guys present is so insane. Like, it's amazing to me that you don't see your own stupidity and hypocrisy. Because let's take a few examples. If there's a sign that says no filming, that sign's not a law. I don't have to follow that sign. Now you walk in filming, they say, hey, you can't film in here. Well, there's no sign. Who cares? If there was a sign, you'd say the sign doesn't apply. So what difference does it make if there's a sign or not? Other than the only logical explanation is that you're purposely going out of your way to create an argument for no reason other than to argue. I also wish people who want to see how easy tyranny spreads should read the story The Wave about a high school history teacher trying to get his students to understand how easily. Yes. A few wishes. They couldn't pay it for the ticket if they put all their money together. And what's the chance that they actually have a passport? Well, I'm sure every single one of them could get it. The Moorish temple will be more than happy to give every single one of them a passport. I guarantee it. No country would want to let these American rejects in. That's a fact. See, and this is the other thing too. There's, why are we putting 5s in the chat? What did I miss? I didn't request a 5, did I? Somebody did. Oh, here we go. Put a 5 in the chat if you want to see drop a marathon show. You guys want me to keep going? 6-year-old from Bano, Tase Mr. Voodoo. I'm away for a few days. All right. All right. Here we go. Hold on. No, they don't have passports because they're not willing to contract with the corporate fiction. Okay, here we go. Let's see. Hold on, guys.
Come on, Aspen. All right, look, guys, listen. Look, I know you guys are trying to trick me into giving you my ID, but I don't have to because the 4th Amendment says that if you have a camera in your hand, laws don't apply to you, and you can do whatever you want, and everyone else needs to die in pain. The more pain they have while they're dying, the better, because then I can film it and get YouTube views out of it. And that's all that matters is get YouTube views, right? I mean, that's what life is about, right? Is spreading hate and making people sad and angry and want to, maybe want to die. That's a good thing. You want to take your camera and you want to piss people off and ruin their day, and because that makes you feel like a man. You see, that's the secret. Like, all these things they talk about what you need to do, what real manhood and masculinity means, that's all lies. It has nothing to do with being a good person. It has nothing to do with helping people. It has nothing to do with being, helpful and nice. It's all about making other people suffer. If you're making them angry, if you're making their blood pressure rise, if you're making them have a stroke or a heart attack, if you're making them want to commit, you know what I'm saying? That's a good thing. That's a hero right there, right? So the more pain and anguish you cause with your camera, the better. Welcome to modern America, Zig Heil. Ah! Yeah! Frauditors! Rogue Nation! Zig Heil! I worship you now, Rogue! You can just be Frauditors and auditors, my God! Yes, I pray to Rogue Nation!
Wow, that one was crazy, guys. I don't know what happened there. Let's see. It's very easy to compare the frauding community to us when it comes to being good parents. Oh, yes. Oh, but see, that's hey, 360. Let me ask you something. So 360, the whole there is no privacy in public thing. That shirt on the wall back there is one of my merch shirts. It's a witch reading from a spell book, and she's casting the "there is no expectation of privacy in public" spell. Because this is, again, the thing. Like, auditors love to take actual laws and actual precedent that are real and use them as excuses to treat other human beings like dirt. And again, what we're trying to show is that these frauditors are heartless, evil, no good, rotten scumbags with no empathy. They treat other people like the dirt on the bottom of their shoes, and they use our freedom and our rights as an excuse to get away with doing something that, if they weren't holding a camera, they'd get their heads busted open for acting that way. But because they're hiding behind the First Amendment and pepper spray and cameras, that makes it okay. They're bullies. How do you not see that? Well, it's legal to be a bully. That doesn't make it okay. Just because something is legal doesn't make it okay. None of you guys have ever heard of morality? None of you guys have ever heard of kindness? Kindness is legal. I don't see anybody doing that because it's legal. That's why the because it's legal argument doesn't work on me. Like, I joke around about it, but I say, because it's true, well, me going and chilling in the hot tub is legal. Well, actually, I do that. So I'm fighting for my rights. But like, when these people audit churches, the people in the church are literally expressing their First Amendment right to freedom of religion by going to church. So what are you exposing when you audit a church? You're doing the audit to express your First Amendment. So what are you exposing? That they're doing their First Amendment? That they're practicing their First Amendment rights? And now you're going to try to get in the way of them doing their First Amendment rights because you're doing your First Amendment. What the hell? Going into a public building or walking to the park is different. Here's what I want. If I could just, like, wave my magic wand, here's what I would, well, no, I wouldn't do that. The way that these guys love to encourage their fans to call flood without encouraging them to call flood. What I would love to see everywhere, I'd love for this to become the next movement. In the same way that frauditing has become a movement, I would love this to become a movement. Find out, not for doxing, not for anything nefarious, but find out everything you can about all the auditors and all their fans and all the people who support what they do. Find out where 360 lives. Go to his house. Stand on the sidewalk, because there's no expectation of privacy in public. If you're on a public sidewalk, set up your camera and film his house. And if the windows are open, zoom in, because they can zoom in on the windows of the buildings they're filming, because there's no expectation of privacy in public. And I know they'll all say, well, I don't care. You can film me all you want. But the only time that has ever been tested was with a cam back. But I would like to see that philosophy get tested for real. Camp your camera out on a trifold in front of their house, on a public sidewalk, and see how long they don't mind you doing it because it's a First Amendment protected activity. And their family coming in and out. And if a family member of theirs says, hey, don't film me, and then you can tell them, this is a First Amendment protected activity. I'm going to sue you for trying to violate my rights. How dare you violate my rights by saying that to me? You're a scumbag. Go to hell and die, you piece of shit. I have the First Amendment right to say whatever I want. Fuck you. Fuck everyone who looks like you. Fuck your wife. Fuck your kids. Die in hell. First Amendment says I could say whatever I want. So suck my dick, you piece of shit. Get in your house. You're dismissed. Go away. And keep acting the way they act and see how long they're going to stand up for your First Amendment right to no expectation of privacy in public. For some reason, I get the feeling that if it was turned on them, again, not cam backing, because they cam back, but to legitimately dig your heels in and to go at them the same way that they go at their victims, and see how long they will accept it. But it's the First Amendment. But that's the First Amendment. You can't stop me. It's the First Amendment. If they have a real job, follow them in their job and film them. Bad. I'd love to see someone film them at work. Haha, what am I saying? They ain't got jobs. But yeah, if one of them has a real job, go to their work and film them. Why are you filming me? This is my First Amendment right, you piece of shit. How dare you, scumbag, try to violate my rights? You don't speak to me that way. Fuck you, you piece of shit. You're dismissed. Go to hell. Fuck you. Die. Because I have the First Amendment right to say whatever the hell I want. So yeah, like I say, you stand on the sidewalk, especially if you can find out if they have one of those. It's very rare, but some houses actually have a window in the bathroom or in a bedroom. If you could zoom in on the bedroom window and hopefully get them when they're changing, yeah. No, okay. Maserati 5000 GT for $5 says this should be a real thing. Notice Frauditors not permitted beyond this point, according to UCC 69-222-333-444. All right. So, 360 audits. Answer 2. Hey, if you film inside someone's house through their open windows, your scumbag is, yeah, I do that. I'm a scumbag. And so, no frauditors allowed should be posted on all government buildings in the U.S. That would be awesome. They would say that sign's not law. Haha. Here's your happy dance. All right. Thank you very much. That's awesome. Well, wait a minute. What is this? Enemy, why would you do that? Why would you do that? No, don't do that. I'm talking about good guys going to auditors' houses and auditing them to see how they like it. Again, they'll always say, well, I won't mind, but that's the cam backing. And even that, we've seen a lot of auditors absolutely lose their shit over cam backing. So if they can't handle that, how are they going to handle somebody parking their tripod in front of their house and filming them and they're on public so it's okay? I would love, and I've said this before, but my dream, like my ultimate dream as a content creator, and I know that there's no way that this would ever happen, which is very, very depressing. Because there's no way that auditors are going to put the information out there ahead of time of where and when they're going to audit. because a whole part of the audit is that it has to be a surprise attack. Their victims have to be completely unaware that they're coming so that they'll have no idea how to respond. Especially because the general public, one of the reasons why what I do is so important, the general public still has no idea what a First Amendment auditor is. So in general, when someone walks in there with the camera, they don't know what the hell's going on. Especially because it's not a thing. Other than frauditors, it's not a thing. People don't do that. So nobody's used to seeing people walk in with a camera because nobody has ever walked in with a camera before. That's not a thing. You guys are trying to make it a thing, but it's not a thing. And you like it that way because when people see you with a camera, they don't know what to do. Say, why are you filming me? And the second they say that, now they approached you. Now they're violating your rights. Now you could build your false narrative and create your story and be disingenuous and be a douche canoe and try to make everybody look horrible tyrants. So because of that, there's no possible way that they'll ever let anyone know where they're going to be before they're going to be there. But this is why I know it's just a dream and it'll never happen. But my ultimate dream as a content creator would be to do something similar to what like Amagansett Press does. He travels the country harassing random people with his camera. I would love to travel the country harassing random auditors with my camera. You know, like just go up to SGV while he's auditing and audit him. You know, go up to Chile while he's auditing and audit him. Go up to Auditing America while he's auditing and audit him. I would love to just go up to these guys with my camera and walk up as close as I possibly can with my camera until they're forced to say, back up. Because then immediately I could say, how dare you try to violate my First Amendment right to film? I'm engaged in a First Amendment protected activity. I'm in public. How dare you tell me where I can or can't stand? You tyrant, you're violating my rights. And if you keep it up, I'm going to pepper spray you and sue you and have you arrested for trying to violate my rights. How dare you tell me not to film? And basically just use all of their arguments against them. I know their script as well as they do, if not better. My goal would be to completely derail their audit. That would be my goal. If they're trying to audit City Hall, if I could catch them before they walk in there, my goal ultimately would be to keep them out. And if everything that I tried didn't work, my very last ditch, absolute last ditch, and this is important. This is important. If, and I've said this before, and this is another thing that I said it originally, and I do still say it pretty much as a joke. But at the same time, it would work. Realistically speaking, it actually would work if you did do this. If you see it, hold on, my dog's going nuts. I'm still on the air. Let me put something else on real quick. Just to cover till I take care of the dog.
Bad guys, you can't go anywhere in public without somebody harassing you and filming you, trying to pump gas, off duty, on duty. You just can't go anywhere. These guys just love to harass people and get under their skin. You're going to see it in this video, and this guy's going to give him a piece of his mind. But let's get into the video and get your guys' opinion on it, and I'll see you guys down in the comments.
They make you gas up your own vehicles?
Excuse me?
They make you gas up your own vehicles?
Who are you and why are you talking to me? I don't know.
You're government service.
Not in this town. Go.
It says government service.
Not in this town. Go.
Go hell. You can't make me go nowhere.
I'm a private citizen right now, sir.
Okay,
you
fine.
Need to get out of my space. You came up to me.
Right. I'm not in your space. I'm asking why you're in the government vehicle. You're a private citizen. That's cool. I got no issue with you.
Citizen. Yeah.
Okay, no problem.
Yeah,
I don't have to go nowhere.
You have to get away from me.
No, I don't.
Yes, you do.
No, I don't.
You're not supposed to be here anyway, according to them.
They've never said a word to me.
Fix to take care of that. You need to go back over there, pal. I'm not the one. Okay?
I'm just questioning, man.
I gas my vehicle up. I don't want you standing behind me. You want to go film me? Go do it over there.
I film from where I want, but
not in my personal space.
I'm not in your personal
You
space.
You're way closer than I want you to be.
Well, that's not my fault. I don't care about your feelings. Your feelings don't matter. Right? Their
Go
feelings don't
somewhere else
matter.
other than up on me, okay?
I'm
Not about to put my PIN number and everything else.
I'm not going to watch you put your PIN number. I don't give a damn about your PIN number.
Pretty sad. You can't even go get gas without being harassed by these clowns. What this guy should do, if he's off duty, if he's an officer, I don't know what he is, but go back in the building and tell one of the management or employees in there that this guy's harassing him while he's trying to pump gas, and get him to kick him off the property. Trespass him. That's what I would have done.
Yeah.
No, I don't care.
About you, but you need to go away. You're gonna mess with the wrong person.
I'm filming a public vehicle and pump in the public. I got no problem with that.
Inside of my vehicle. That's not your business.
I look through the window of Plainview Doctrine.
Plainview Doctrine, huh?
Yes, sir.
Private property.
Public property.
No, this is private property.
Oh, this is private property. If they ask me to leave, I'll be happy to leave.
It's private property.
Yeah, if they ask me to leave, I'll be happy to leave.
If you want to be a YouTube lawyer, you need to check up.
I'm not a lawyer. I know better than most.
I bet you do.
Yeah.
You've been more than most too.
Ain't nothing wrong with filming a public vehicle. All right, don't know who this cat is. Don't care. He's in a cop car. Don't says he's a private citizen right now. I don't know, he's in a public vehicle right now. Well, post office audit.
Just a video to show you guys what people are dealing with now in the community. I mean, he sees a government vehicle. I mean, I bought vehicles from auctions, ex-government vehicles. It's not a government vehicle anymore just because it has a sticker on it, buddy. Anyways, this guy's trying to get gas and he's harassing him. I mean, he could jeopardize his bank card. He could jeopardize his PIN number. Whole bunch of different reasons. But anyways, should have went in the store, got him trespassed. And I'm going to make sure I get in contact with the store. I'm going to send him off some information. And hopefully the next time they see him on here, because he's obviously in the area filming people on private property, we can get this guy trespassed. I'll see you guys on the next video.
All right, guys. All right, I'm back. The dog lost her mind. She's a good girl, though. She's old, man. Like, we could sit. All right, I'll tell you right now. If all of these pro-frauditor people that we've been arguing with all morning are still here, and people want to come up to some kind of agreement on a human level, if you got a problem with dogs, you could just get the hell out. We should be able to at least agree that dogs and cats, well, the dogs are awesome. Who got Hez fired up? Well, Rogue was in. We had a bunch of pro-frauditors in here. It's crazy. So anyway, to finish what I was saying earlier, before this little girl, I'm going to have to let her back out. She's acting weird. She's really old, though. Like, you got to worry about her. Because, like, her hind paws, she has barely any strength in her back and her hind paws at all. You got to like help her. You got to like lift her butt up for her to get up and down. She's having a lot of trouble, and it's so hot out there, and she's black, so she's just yeah. Poor little girl. Here, this is her wearing my Hezokuai hat, my Perry the Platypus hat. You want to see what she looks like? Yes, my little girl right there. Yeah, you're so cute. Yes. Anyway, so what I was saying a minute ago is that so I said this originally as a joke, and I do still say it. It is, I don't necessarily literally mean this. However, if you did actually do it in real life, it would actually work. If you see an auditor and you want to derail their audit, especially if they're live streaming, everyone will say, oh, you play copywritten music. No, that might get them demonetized, but that isn't going to get their stream shut down and completely derail their audit. The way you derail them is all you have to do is pull up your phone. I know you don't want this to be in your Google, and that's why I say it's partially a joke, but it would work if you did it. You see an auditor, you pull up your phone, and you just go to Google and you search nude women. And then go to images, because it doesn't have to be hardcore porn. That's horrible, terrible stuff. We know, bad, whatever. But YouTube will not, zero tolerance for nudity. So just go up to them while they're live streaming. Since they want to film you anyway, if they can see it, they can film it. Well, now that I got porn up on my screen, you can see this, can't you? You can film this. Here, film this. You want to film stuff? Film this. Come on. You want to film me? Here, film this. And then shove the naked pictures in front of their face, and YouTube will shut them down. That stream will be done. Period. And maybe even their whole channel. Who knows? For public safety is sub to you? Wow. That's crazy. Yeah, man, I don't know. So I'm going to drop this link. I'm going to play it again right now for those of you who didn't see it. This morning, while I was on the air, the Washington Post posted a video on their YouTube channel praising DirectD. And I looked at it, and that's a link to it. The only comments on there so far are negative comments. And I think that we need to go there and, yes, redress your press. Yes, I am encouraging you to leave comments explaining to them that they're celebrating a wanted fugitive that is currently on the run from the law. And the fact that it's so completely biased. In the first 30 seconds, and again, I'm going to play it again for any of you who didn't see it. In the first 30 seconds, their bias shines through because while DirectD is inserting himself into a situation, the narrator says, these cop watchers are like a fly on the wall. While he's inserting himself into the situation, he's comparing him to just being like a fly on the wall watching and minding his own. So watch here. I'm going to show it again. And you guys could go there, like I said, and leave comments. The only comments, it's got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 comments so far. Most of them are trying to inform them that Christopher Ruff is a wanted fugitive right now. And they backed the wrong horse is what I said in the comments.
It's already getting the tape. Hilarious. Yeah, establish your crime scene, fat boy, and then we'll do whatever you want.
YouTube has brought about this new generation of cop watchers.
I'm telling you right now, you're interfering with our crime scene today.
Some of them call themselves First Amendment auditors.
Come on. Here, hold this. Come on. Come arrest me.
Be sort of a fly on the wall and bear witness and hold the police accountable.
Right here.
Which one? This one right here or this one?
The story is about a new and very online generation of cop watchers who engage with members of the public and also public servants and mainly police officers, sometimes antagonistic ways, in order to sort of flex their First Amendment freedoms.
You gonna be viral, thank you.
The first organization that was dedicated specifically to cop watching, many people believe, is Berkeley Cop Watch in California. That organization was dedicated to being a witness to police interactions in Berkeley.
Oh, he watches my videos.
So you'll see a lot of modern cop watchers and some of the most popular auditors and cop watchers on YouTube filming in ways that many people consider intrusive.
Bye, princess.
Am I being detained? Yes, you are. For what crime? I didn't say you committed a crime, but I have the legal right to detain you for further investigation.
Don't touch me. Don't touch me. Don't. Hey, get off of me. Get off of me.
And then the conversation with that officer, the back and forth, is sort of the draw of the video and the genre.
Staring at me like you're gonna do something.
One of the more controversial auditors online is Christopher Ruff. He describes himself as a citizen journalist, and his focus is on impoverished communities where he believes gentrification is happening at a rapid rate, and the police are the tip of the spear of that effort. Christopher Ruff goes out at night, often with an entourage of folks, looking for police interactions. And he films them from up close until the police tell him to move back. And that almost always creates a conflict between him and the officers.
So why are we doing it? Because it's obvious that the police do not know how to do their job correctly. It's outlined in policies, procedures, and law very specifically over the course of over 100 years they've been doing this.
Let's roll.
Christopher and his ilk inspired legislation last year in Arizona that sought to create a concrete distance from which folks could film police.
The new state law now makes it illegal to record an officer within 8 feet.
The Reporters Committee for the Free Press sued, and the state's attorney declined to defend the constitutionality of that law. So it is not being enforced in Arizona at this time, but there are a number of states that have written up similar legislation, some of which has passed, some of which is in debate right now, that seek to do many of the same things legislators were trying to do in Arizona.
I just told you I went in there to ask for a PIO officer or a public information officer.
I think understanding this new generation of cop watchers and First Amendment auditors gives us a window into how the American public's relationship has changed with policing in the years since George Floyd was killed, and really in the digital age where we've seen this explosion of video that depicts what a police officer's job is like.
All right. Telling them, so listening to what the guy says, on one hand, it seems pretty obviously biased towards the frauditors. On the other hand, you could tell that he was kind of trying, at the end there, he didn't say, well, they're finally proving the cops are bad. He was like, but they're finally bringing the way the cops behave to light. But this is very important. This is one of the things that Directee said just now. We're exposing, because I always ask, what are you guys actually exposing when you do your audits? Seriously, what are you actually exposing? That some people don't like being filmed? That some buildings have no filming policies? Okay. And what? But he's saying, we're exposing that these cops don't know how to do their jobs. Well, wait. A cop pulls someone over. Their job is to, talk to the person they pulled over, depending on the situation. maybe write them a ticket, maybe give them a warning and let them go. Some random idiot standing on the corner with the camera starts screaming and swearing at the cop. What does that have to do with the cop knowing how are you exposing that he doesn't know how to do his job? What you're exposing is that you're a jerk. What you're exposing is that you're a nuisance. What you're exposing is that you're distracting them from doing their job. What you're exposing is that you're getting in the way of them trying to do their job. What you're exposing is that you're preventing them from doing their job. How can you call that exposing them for not knowing how to do their job? Maybe they know how they do their job perfectly well, but you'll never know that because you didn't get to see how they handle a traffic stop. You only got to see how they handle a random idiot screaming in their face. You want to expose how they handle their job? Stand back like Ironton Auditor and film the traffic stop. Don't insert yourself into it. Film it. Now, if they do something wrong, now you've exposed that they don't know how to do their job. But that's not what you're exposing. What you're exposing is how they react to a random idiot screaming in their face, acting like an asshole. Maybe if you act like an asshole, you should be treated like an asshole. I rest my case. If you're acting like an asshole, then you should be treated like an asshole. Take a still of that. If you are filming yourself acting like an asshole, then you should be treated like an asshole. You exposed that they treated you like an asshole because you were acting like one? Good. What do the officer lack the authority to do, and why did they say they lack the authority? I'm not sure I understand the question, but I'm going to try to answer that based on what we see or what I've seen specifically in that video. So when with that specifically, what they're talking about, the big thing is, for some reason, I still can't figure out the logic behind this. For some reason, auditors think that an officer asking them to stand a safe distance away, for some reason, when an officer says, please stand over there, their reaction is, don't tell me not to film. And that's another reason why people on my end, people like me, can't take frauditors serious and hate their guts. Because if the cop says stand back there, why are you reacting to a cop saying, stop filming me now? Do you see what I'm saying? This is why I say that they're liars and they're building false narratives and their fans are brainwashed sheeple that eat it up. Watch the video. Forget the narration from the frauditor. Just watch the video. What words come out of the cop's mouth? Please stand over there. But what does the auditor respond to? Turn off your camera now. Do you get it yet? It's like the very last song that Syd Barrett ever wrote for the band Pink Floyd, the song that got him fired. when he was teaching the band how to play his new song, and he taught it to Roger. Roger decided at that moment that Sid Barrett was fired. Have you got it yet? 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 No, I don't got it yet, because I'm an idiot. Roger said, oh, you know what? I do got it. I do got it. I get it. You know what? Forget it. You're out of here. You're done. I get it now. You're goodbye. So here's the thing. And again, 360, whoever that is, keeps talking to GMK and ignoring me. That's fine. But I keep addressing things that 360 is saying, because he is saying some interesting things, like, is anything a cop says a lawful order? And again, that's the problem. And yes, I don't know if 360 is a sock account for Rogue Nation, but that is the kind of argument Rogue Nation would make, right? Like, but a lot of these guys make those kind of arguments. I'll give you an example. If a cop says, stand back there, they'll say, that's not a lawful order. So let me ask you a question. Does something have to be a lawful order for you to do it? What is a lawful order that you're going to follow? Tell me a lawful order that you will actually follow. And if there isn't any, then in your mind, there's no such thing as a lawful order. So it doesn't matter what the cop says. You're going to say it's unlawful, which again makes you a disingenuous douche canoe. Because if lawful orders don't exist, then if I'm choking someone to death and a cop says stop, I don't have to stop. I could just keep murdering the person. It's fine. Cop has no authority to ask me to stop what I'm doing. Because there is no such thing as a lawful order. I just did. My point is this. If you've ever actually lived 5 seconds in the real world and not Frauditor fantasy land, you would notice things like, for example, a couple weeks ago, this video came out. I covered it on here twice now, where this guy steals a U-Haul truck. He pulls into a gas station to put gas in the U-Haul. Cop walks up to him and says, hey, is this your truck? And the guy goes, yes. The cop goes, hey, this truck's been reported stolen. So then the guy grabs the gun in the cop's holster to try and shoot the cop with his own gun. Now, frauditors love to say that when a cop asks you to stand back, it's not a lawful order and you don't have to stand back. All right, let's say I'll give you that. So they're supposed to let the people that get close to them and try to grab their guns from them and shoot them do it? They're just supposed to let that happen willy-nilly? Well, I'm not going to do that. How does the cop know? Because you told him? You think that criminal told the cop, now wait a minute, officer, I'm going to grab your gun and try to murder you first. When the cop said, is that your U-Haul? And he said, yes. And he said, that U-Haul was reported stolen. He didn't say, oh, you got me. You're right. I did steal the U-Haul. But that's like your idea. Like you guys think that cops just have to believe what you say just because you said it. Like if you actually were a real criminal that you wouldn't lie? That that's not a thing? Like, the problem is, How do you define a lawful order? It's an order, directive, or policy or instruction given by an authoritative source or given to ensure compliance with state, federal, or local laws being conveyed verbally. So a lawful order is quite literally, let's say, for example, and again, this isn't literal. This is just an analogy to try and explain, since apparently you don't understand what it means. Let's say the law against homicide, vehicular homicide, let's say that is 15 pages. Why would that be 15 pages long? Well, because you know how people are, and always have been. Go all the way back in history. 10 Commandments, thou shalt not kill. Plain and simple, right? No. Moses has to write all of the laws because people already, even back then, were like, yeah, but what if you kill him because he's trying to hurt your kids? Well, what if you kill him because he's stealing from you? Well, what if, okay, all right, there's a billion exceptions, and now we have to write them all down. So let's say, again, that the actual laws, the actual ordinances, the actual written text are pages long. Now, we could make police officers basically a giant van filled with every single document of every single law, ordinance, and statute ever written. And when they stop someone, they can dig through. And if somebody's like murdering someone, they'd already be dead by then, but we don't care about that. What we care about is that they find the specific statute printed out on paper that they're talking about, then walk up to the auditor, and they can't touch them because then that's assault, but nicely just hold the paper up to them while bowing down to their will and saying, here, please read this, sir. Or they can verbally tell you. But then they're just cop-splaining. So then what do you want them to do? Carry around literally every single law ever written in the history of the universe just in case one might come up? Yes, exactly. They have to verbally tell you the law. That's what makes it a lawful order. The problem is, and what you're not understanding, is that when we listen to you guys, what do we hear? A cop says, stand back there. Why? Because when a cop doesn't say that, the person he's talking to tries to steal his gun and shoot him with his own gun. Because when he doesn't say that, the person tries to stab him with the knife up underneath his bulletproof vest. Because when he doesn't say that, some dude sneaks up behind him and hits him in the head with a baseball bat. So he says, please stand back there. That's not a lawful order. There's no law that says I have to stand back there. So it has to be a lawful order for you to do it. It has to be a lawful order for you to do it. That's the problem. Well, that's not a lawful order. It's not an order at all. It's common sense. Why can't you have common sense? Why can't you be a human with a functioning brain to understand why they're asking you to back up? Why does it have to be a lawful order? So you're a virgin. Ladies and gentlemen, 360 Audits is a virgin, and he admits it. There's nothing wrong with that. I don't want to shame virgins. In fact, I have a lot of respect for virgins. Like, it's hard to go your whole life like that. You know? So, like, I'm not making fun of you for being a virgin, but thank you for admitting it, you know? So let's see. You've never had sex because there's no law that says you have to have sex with someone. That's a feeling, like you feel horny or you feel love or you feel kindness, or you don't follow feelings, you only follow laws. There's no law says you have to have sex with people, and you only follow law and never feelings. So you've never had sex. Let's see, what else? What else? Come on, guys, help me out. What else did he never do? If he only does things that are specifically in the law and never having anything to do with emotions at all, he's never cried. He's never like went to a funeral, because there's no law saying you have to go to funerals. He's never cried when a relative of his died, because that's a feeling, and he only does laws. He doesn't do feelings. So he's never had an emotion. He's never cared about anyone. He's never had any respect. He's never had any decency. He only does what the law specifically tells him to do. And he follows the letter of the law. But wait, what law says you have to go out there and harass random people with your camera? I don't understand. I thought you only follow the law. What law says that you have to film people? Oh, yep, he's never given to charity because there's no law that says you have to give to charity. So tell me, 360 audits, you never do anything based on feelings, only based on law. What a horrible, rotten, no good, disgusting life you must have had. I feel sorry for you. You should go find some people that actually have emotions and let them teach you how to feel. Life is so much more enjoyable when you actually have feelings. It is. Because, okay, yes, when your heart's broken, it hurts. It does. It's true. When people have their hearts broken, they might want to die. That's true. But the reason why a broken heart hurts so bad is because when your heart is full, it feels so good that when that feeling is taken away, it feels that bad. But then you never get to experience happiness. You never get to experience joy. The only feeling you've ever experienced is hate. What kind of life is that? Yes, David makes a good point. Thank you. 360 audits, you're right. There's no law saying you have to breathe. Why do you breathe? Stop breathing. Hold your breath. There's no law saying you have to breathe. Stop it. Stop doing it. There's no law that specifically says you have to do it. That's cool. That is very cool. Get a telemarketer on the phone, hold the phone up to me screaming. Seriously, like, I hate this whole I follow the law, not feelings thing. Because, again, that goes back to the, oh, you're the feelings police and this and that. Again, I make the argument that the problem with you guys is you don't care about the way you treat other people. That you have no empathy for other people, which means you don't care about other people's feelings. You don't care about how your actions affect other people. And although for some reason you don't seem to believe in reality of the universe and Newtonian physics, action, reaction, it's a fact. It's not some hippy-dippy feelings thing. It's a fact. Every action every one of us takes affects everyone around us. Well, it's not my fault if what I did made you upset. If you know that what you do makes people upset, and you continue to do it, how is it not your fault that made them upset? As soon as you know that what you're doing is bothering them, and again, you like to turn around and, so I'm supposed to let other people's feelings dictate my actions? Well, when it comes to living in a civilized society, and the fact that your actions are going to affect everyone around you no matter what you do, why not do something good? Because it's good. Nope, can't do that. Gotta spread hate. Got to. Why? Well, what do you mean? I'm not going to let the fact that other people get sad and upset and hurt and angry when I treat them like dirt. That's not my fault. Right. But before frauditing was invented, if you acted that way, you'd get tuned up real fast. Probably would have got your head busted open by now for acting that way. You really think that back in the old days, somebody goes up to an old lady and says, "Fuck you, you old hag, I hope you die, you cunt," because I have the First Amendment right to say that? That they wouldn't have got their ass beat and their head stomped into the cement by random people that heard them say that? But I don't care about other people's feelings. Thank you for proving my point. No, you don't understand. I don't care about other people's feelings. Thank you for proving my point. You're agreeing with me. You don't care. You're heartless, soulless, unempathetic, evil, antisocial, scumbag POS. There are other people in the world, whether you like it or not. If you don't like it, go live in the woods. Then you don't have to put up with any of this BS you're trying to expose. Go to Walmart, grab a tent, and go live in the woods. Then you don't have to worry about anybody else. Then you don't have to worry about hurting anyone else's feelings. Because for some reason, the most horrible, rotten, disgusting, crippling action you could ever possibly imagine taking is being nice to another human. What the hell happened to you when you were a child? That being a decent human being to other people is such an abhorrent idea for you. Seriously. I'm seriously asking you. Why is being nice to other people such an absolutely abhorrent idea to you? What the hell happened to you when you were a kid that you despise humanity so much? Oh, they're mowing outside. An auditor and a frauditor are two different things. That is an absolute fact. And again, unfortunately, we live in post-90s world. This disclaimers existed before the 90s. But it wasn't until the 90s with the whole political correctness thing that it started getting to, that was the first domino that led to where we are now, where you almost have to say a disclaimer before every sentence. And I have to keep throwing this disclaimer out over and over and over. I use the word frauditor intentionally. Because when people say, well, you think we're all bad. I think all frauditors are bad. Yes. Because if you weren't bad, you wouldn't be defined as a frauditor. That's kind of like saying, well, you think that all rapists are bad. Yeah, I do. I'm sorry. Don't mean to be judgmental against rapists. Sorry you don't like it that I'm judging rapists all under one umbrella. But they're all scumbags. If you're doing that, you're a scumbag. If you're frauditing, you're a scumbag. If you're auditing, then I'm not even talking about you. If anything that I'm saying applies to you, you're a frauditor. Because not only does Ironton Auditor like do his thing and he doesn't get arrested ever. In fact, he gets along with the cops just fine and they have conversations. He is? What did he do? Oh well. That's all right. Let's see. Sorry, I'm just looking at my all right, so I need to start donating copies of my books to libraries. Because the more of these guys that audit libraries, the more hopefully they'll run into my book. And some of them need to read it, for real. Yes, Ironton Auditor, the reason why I used him as an example is because he's a fan of my show. Ironton Auditor has a card in my Auditor versus Frauditor, in my anti-auditor, my anti-frauditor versus frauditor card game. As an auditor, I have his card is on the anti-frauditor side. He's one of the good guy cards. Guess what Rogue Nation is under? My Rogue Nation card is a frauditor card, a bad guy card. Thank you. That's right. And there's going to be a lot more in Series 2. I'll tell you what, I got Rights Crispy in Series 1. Of course, Unclean Hands is in there, and KFAR are in Series 1, and they'll be in Series 2 as well. There's going to, again, and I've said this before because I don't want, anyone to get the wrong idea. I'm looking at it kind of the same way like with Pokemon cards, right? Like, because that's what it was originally based on, the combination of that and Magic the Gathering. You have, like, your Series 1 Pokemon cards that have all the original Pokemon in it, right? Then, like, Series 2, you still have your Pikachu card in Series 2, but it's different artwork. He still has the same powers, but it's different artwork. And then you have your Charizard card in Series 2. It's different art. The Bulbasaur, like, all of them are in, so Series 2, I'm still going to have a KFAR card, but the artwork's going to be different. Still going to have an Unclean Hand cards, but the artwork's going to be different. But then I'm also going to be adding new cards. There's going to be new people on both sides, especially on the Frauditor side, because my original card set doesn't have Easy Cameras on. It doesn't have Eli. It doesn't have the Fruity Bandit, Brooklyn Audits. It doesn't have for Public Safety or Mrs. America, whatever his girlfriend's name is, Tiffany. It doesn't have Chris Against Tyranny. It doesn't have Manuel Mata. So I got to work on that. But let's see. Did I No, Blackheart Knight is a good guy card. Yes. Pika. Pikachu. Pika. All right. So anyway, Crooklyn Fraudits. Yes. I love it. Oh no. This is cool. News Now Enemy says, I'm buying subs. If you come to my channel and subscribe, I'll pay you with good content. I love it. Oh, yes, I'm definitely going to have a Riot Girl card. Absolutely. In fact, I'm thinking of, for Series 2, of making like a whole special segment of the female frauditors. So that I could have like all like in the same group of cards, the Regan Benson and the Riot Girl Radio and the Sweet Tea Audits and the Miss O, whatever Tiffany's name is, misinformation or whatever. Because they love to spread hatred and misinformation. Just remember, guys, 5.5 hours today. This is insane. If there's anyone, Sue Bear, putting before they sell out in quotes. You honestly, this is 100% legit. You honestly are one of the last people that's going to get a set. Because I've said this before, but since you bring it up, I want to make sure that I make this clear so that everyone does understand. When it comes to my cards, whether it's like the bingo cards or the dancing cop cards or the Frauditor versus anti-Frauditor cards, the good guy, bad guy card set game, I get all my cards from the same printer, but it takes a long time. When I order the cards, sometimes I don't get them for a month. But they're all custom, and the quality is insane. Anyone who has any of my cards can tell you. In fact, if you have any of my cards, put a 1 in the chat if you were impressed by the quality, and put a 2 in the chat if you thought they were meh. But I think they're extremely high quality. That's why I keep using the same printer, even though it takes for frickin' ever. So that's why it seems like forever I've been talking about how Series 1 is going to sell out, but somehow I still keep having them. Because I'm still getting shipments myself that I've ordered, 3 weeks ago. So as I get them in, then I'm sending them out. And that's why, with the delay, it's like crossing over. But eventually there are going to, my literal plan is I'm going to for myself order one more set, and I'm going to order a very special box for it. I don't usually do the boxes. I just ship them like you're going to get yours. It's going to be just in a little metal tin. Because the boxes themselves can be like $40. It's insane how much they charge just for this stupid box. But I'm going to get a nice fancy box and put the very last set that I ever order of Series 1 in that box and put that away for a future special edition giveaway. It's going to be a big deal when that comes up. So yeah, Maserati, News Now Enemy, they put 1s. Heck yeah. Let's see, Flower Power, yep. Everyone loves Salacious, that's a fact. You dropped the links, I subbed to everybody. All right. So now that I've been talking for 5.5 hours and I've basically shredded my throat to pieces, and I could feel pieces of throat flesh just hanging and flopping in the breeze. Not literally, guys. Settle down. Is it? Anyway, that all being said, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for joining me again. And don't forget, that this Saturday on this channel, the Frauditor Follies YouTube channel, Saturday Night Snafu, starring me and my co-host, Frauditor News Network, our guest is going to be the one and only new chili target, Dickbag Patrol. That's right. Give Salacious a bonus for today's stream. That's right. Have a phenomenal day. Yes, indeed. The Continental just dropped. Oh, wow. And then don't forget once again to join us next Saturday, the 19th, Our original guest was scheduled to be Garth Nader. Unfortunately, he informed me he's not going to be able to make it. So we'll see what happens. Maybe we can get Katie Zed to come up here. I don't know. We'll see. Or maybe we could get, oh, you know what? Maybe I could make it ladies' night. I could get Katie Zed. I could get Script Cat. Maybe I could get Witch to come back up. Who knows? We'll see. I'll work on it. August 26th, Frauditor Ram. September 2nd, the one and only Dummy Kruger is going to be here. And then on September 9th, one of the newest members of our crusade, Underground News. All right. Love the Gingers. All right. Thank you so much for joining us, ladies and gentlemen. Love you guys. You're the best fans in the world. I love your support every time. And until next time, don't forget that when you see the Elvis gnome, that's when you know that the time has come to end the fun. Oh, yeah, I'm all shook up.
You're so dumb, you got me drinking. Son of a...